Good morning. I'm calling to order the Board Advance meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for October 30th, 2025. Welcome, everyone. First item on the agenda is the flag salute. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And thank you, everyone. Next item on the agenda is roll call.
Trustee Zhao.
Here.
Trustee Chow. Absent. Trustee Leong.
Here.
Trustee Manhattan.
Here.
Trustee Liu.
Here. Okay, the next item is board agenda approval. Could I get a motion?
Mr. President, I would like to ask that we move the closed session item to our next board meeting of November 13th. We have quite a lengthy day today, and so nothing urgent was on that closed session item.
Right, thank you. Could I get a motion for the amended agenda, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thanks, Satish, and a second.
A second.
Thanks, Long. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, moving on. The next item is a communication from employee organizations. Do we have any speakers this morning?
We do. We have CEA President Kate Lee.
All right. Welcome, President Lee.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members, Superintendent Yao, Executive Cabinet, our CUSD teachers, and greater community of CUSD. We have a difficult day before us, but it didn't have to be this way. As a board, you will be having difficult decisions to make today, but we wouldn't even be facing these difficult choices if our elected school board members and CUSD Executive Cabinet had spent the last several years being fiscally responsible instead of dreaming about your ideals for CUSD that we can't afford right now. Yes, we all want the best for our district, its students, families, teachers, and employees, but we need our school board and our executive cabinet to be realistic and financially responsible instead of dreaming about your ideals for CUSD that we can't afford right now. We need to make sure that being realistic and fiscally responsible is a top priority. Otherwise, you negatively impact our district and the lives of our employees. What I have to say about this is difficult, but needs to be said, needs to be heard by all of you, and hopefully will be applied by all of you. Being fiscally responsible is your job. It is one of the 4 strategic priorities of the board and district administration, yet you have not been living up to it. You haven't been upholding the responsibility of doing your job. We are faced with making decisions today about cutting 2 programs, transitional kindergarten and middle school electives, 2 programs that you literally approved to expand just last year, and that it is only the first year of its implementation. And let's be real, cutting programs means cutting people, especially teachers. I cannot understand that even though you all knew that the district parcel tax was ending, you continued to expand programs that we did not have full funding for. To even begin with, we need to make $8 million in cuts, the exact same amount of the parcel tax money we no longer receive. I feel like Cassandra up here, the Greek prophetess that was never listened to with her warnings. Because every time these programs expansions were considered and approved, I warned that we did not have the funding for it. When you all thought, wouldn't it be great and wonderful for every student in middle school to have 2 electives, I raised my concerns that you were expanding, doubling a program that did not have funding in our general fund. It is mostly supported by parent donations. When you all made the choice to double these electives, did you look at the impact on our budget? I know you don't listen to my concerns about, I know you also didn't listen to my concerns about expanding transitional kindergarten. Yes, it would be great for every child to be able to have a spot in transitional kindergarten, but when we moved to, and I was mentioned that when we were it's an expensive program and we were moving into basic aid, the district no longer receives any funding from the state for it. I warned that TK requires a very low class adult student ratio. It requires expansion of play facilities, bathroom facilities, and fencing. I mentioned all of these things and my concern for us being compliant with them and not having the funding for it. Yet you chose to continue expanding the program when you knew we were losing our funding when we went into basic aid. You all continued to hire permanent positions using one-time COVID funds. When the district proposed to our 3 unions that they wanted to cover 100% healthcare coverage, we thought that was great. This is what our members need. This will bring people to our district. But our first question was, can we afford it? We knew more people would be signing up. We knew healthcare costs would continue to rise. And yes, we were told, yes, that's fine. We can afford it. It will be great. So, of course, we agreed to these proposals because once we raised our concerns and we're told, no, this will be fine, because we trusted all of you to be making decisions based on fiscal responsibility, not wouldn't it be great if. Now our teachers and other employees will suffer from this negligence. It will affect our livelihoods, our well-being, our careers, our families. We should never have gotten to this point. I strongly urge the board, even now at this late date and time, even though you didn't do it before, do your homework. Demand accurate and up-to-date financials. Before you propose expanding or starting new programs or job positions, and even when you're looking at these horrible cuts that we have to face now, run the numbers, make sure it is fully funded through general funds that we can count on. Do your job. Be responsible, be respectful of the employees and our community. We don't want platitudes of how much you respect us and how much you appreciate our dedication and our work. We want the school board and executive cabinet to fill their job duties and responsibilities. If teachers performed as poorly as you all have, we would all have unsatisfactory evaluations and be on support plans or fired. Please make good decisions and don't put the difficult ones off. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee. Next item on the agenda is public comments. And so because this is a Board of Advance meeting, we're accepting comments on the agenda today. Do we have any speakers today?
We have one speaker,
All right, let's welcome them up.
Stephen Nelson.
Stephen Nelson. Welcome, Mr. Nelson.
Do you have a countdown?
It'll be on this.
Behind you, there's one.
On the screen right.
Oh, it's on there. Okay, good, because I'm used to big one that gets done over at Mountain View. Good morning. I'm here. I'm a former trustee of the Mountain View Wisman School District, and I is coming here about your revenue wound. It grieves me because I have very, very recently seen what superb job Cupertino Union does for the poor family students, SED by EdSpeak, that you guys do. One of the best in the state, certainly one of the best around here in the Bay Area. It is a laudable job that you do. I suggest an ointment, a salve, a balm for your parcel tax wound, a balm from Berkeley. Per square foot education special tax. Per square foot is a magic part of that statement. Berkeley has led the way. About a quarter of their operations are funded by their progressive special tax. Remember, it's not in legislation called a parcel tax. Get rid of the idea of a parcel tax because it'll get voted down again. They have a progressive special tax, as does Emeryville and Alameda. They fought this local revenue battle for us in the courts. Mountain View Wisman in last November doubled their local tax from a former highly regressive parcel tax with 11 cent per square foot education special tax. The legals are firm at the published appellate court level, and I can tell you an attorney from DWK who can help you write your proposal. And our CBO, Rebecca Westover, can help you figure out how you can figure out how much revenue you can get. You need to do something like an 11 cent per square foot of building up to 15%. We did 15% in Mountain View. I thought that was pushing it a little bit, but we got in the 70% range for approval, even though we had a very contentious board fallout last year. If you remember, there was lots of community disappointment with what the board and the leadership was doing in that district, like you guys had maybe 8 years ago. It was that bad. Two of the trustees decided not to run. It was so bad. But we still were able to pass that because it's a fair tax. So I urge you to think about a per square foot education special tax and forget about the parcel tax. Don't ever mention parcel tax to your voters again. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right, that's our only speaker, right? Okay, great. Moving on then. Let's see. Okay, Board of Advance. So turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we'll get our slides up. And just a reminder, our board advance, this is our opportunity to go in depth into a study session. So we really have a very specific focus today. We are focusing on the budget stabilization. We'll spend this morning on presenting information. We'll continue that in the afternoon, and then we'll end the day actually bringing forward our updated board policies that are coming from CSBA. So looking at our agenda, just kind of keeping in mind, we will present 2 of our system changes this morning. We'll have an opportunity prior to lunch that we'll get some information back from you. We'll be able to share that information that you provide to us after lunch and continue on to our next step as well. So we can go to slide 3. Sorry. Oh, one back. So I think it's important when we talk about the fiscal stabilization plan, this really is a roadmap that we have to restore our fiscal solvency. If we can proactively adopt these plans, we can prevent any future crisis and provide the structural path to sustainability. This is probably the most crucial decision that we're going to be making at many of our board meetings. And so again, today we'll provide information. We won't be taking action on them. We will continue that discussion as we move forward. One of the things that, because there is a lot of conversation going to happen today, I wanted to take a moment and we'll do just a short activity to kind of set the stage for our discussions on fiscal stabilization. So we'll give a minute to cue this activity up. Please assume a comfortable and grounded posture. Lower your gaze or even close your eyes if that is more comfortable. Visualize our school district as a large ship, currently caught in a dangerous narrow strait. This narrow strait represents the $8 million structural deficit. This crisis was driven by 2 significant compounding factors: the full expenditure of our one-time COVID-era relief funds and the loss of $8 million in annual revenue from the now expired parcel tax. All the while, our employee salary and benefit costs have continued to rise with minimal staff reductions. Let's visualize the draft of our ship. The draft is how much margin we have between the waterline and the bottom of the ocean. Right now, our reserves are low, meaning we're sailing in shallow water. Our reserves have fallen below 6%. Well below our board required target of 10%. This shallow water makes us exceptionally vulnerable. If we postpone the necessary maneuvers, the current of deficit spending will accelerate. Deferring action today means $8 million deficit becomes an escalating liability next year, requiring far more painful and disruptive interventions later. Acknowledge the immediate danger. We must execute the essential adjustments now to prevent a catastrophic grounding in the near future and move to our 10% reserve target. Our path forward is guided by the commitment, confidence, control. Commitment. Our first focus is commitment. We execute these maneuvers now because of our strategic imperative to secure the long-term destination. To preserve the maximum number of instructional programs by taking controlled, thoughtful action today. to immediately restore our reserve fund to the minimum 6% target and on to 10%.
This is our Zoom.
And on to 10%, shielding us from future economic instability and avoiding the potential for outside fiscal intervention. To retain local control over the difficult choices, preventing them from being dictated by external entities. This commitment to the future health of the district and to responsible governance is the only force strong enough to justify and execute the hard decisions before us. Confidence. The second C is confidence. We are the seasoned command crew on the bridge. We have the knowledge, courage, and collective will to make these strategic moves. The changes coming ahead, modifications to TK, and the recalibration of middle school electives are not acts of weakness, but skilled, precise operations designed to keep the ship whole and financially sound. Feel the synergy of our board. We are making a proactive, controlled decision that a less confident body would postpone, thereby guaranteeing deeper problems. Control. The final C is control. We cannot control external economic forces or their expiring tax revenue, but we absolutely control the decision to act this year. If we fail to act now, we lose control. The state or county may intervene when our reserves are so low, and those future cuts will be non-strategic, dictated externally, and potentially eliminate core educational support. The specific options before us are the only way to ensure we maintain control of the outcome. Focus on the agency we have today to save critical programs in future years by taking systemic action. Execute the necessary adjustment. You have successfully cleared the narrow strait because you acted decisively and without delay. Now, feel the ship settle into the open, deep water of fiscal stability. The 10% reserve target is intact, and because of this timely action, we are safe from the accelerating deficit and outside intervention. Please raise your gaze and open your eyes. The options we are about to review represent our necessary opportunity to strategically and proactively address this deficit and restore our fiscal integrity. They are essential maneuvers to guarantee the long-term solvency of our district. We proceed with commitment, confidence, and control. All right, let's begin. So just a reminder, our 4 goals as we're talking about our fiscal stabilization plan, it really is number 1, eliminating our deficit spending, establishing a pathway to fiscal stability. The plan also is a way designed to increase our reserve, all the while continuing to recognize and value our employees. So those 4 components were kept in mind as we move forward onto all of our work. Reminder where we are in the timeline. We brought the first review of stabilization plan back in September 25th. On October 9th, we shared more of the revenue expectations, that there are some areas that we could increase our revenue coming in. Today is really more about those system changes. We've identified 2 that can have an impact, financial stability impact, and move us forward. The intent would be today is sharing of information, the discussion. We'll come back on November 13th, continue the discussion. We have another board meeting on November 20th, and we can continue that discussion. And if we're ready to take action, one of the areas that we are preparing for is we will be bringing our first interim in December. And so the more information we have as far as these potential changes, we can embed into that first interim, which will really show that financial impact of the decisions and where we are making that shift already to increase our reserve and to decrease and eliminate our deficit spending. So again, I know we've showed this our last 2 times. We really are at a target of about $8 million to get us back onto the pathway of stabilization, get our reserves up, eliminate our deficit spending. This next slide, I know that you've all seen it before. This was actually shared back in June when we did our multi-year budget adoption. This is also a slide that I show when we go out to all of our department and site visits. It's just a reminder of what our projected revenues are for 25-26 as we are in the basic aid. If you look at that bluish grayish, that really is a representative of our property taxes that we're generating. And so we are expected, based on the information that we had in June, we would generate $247,946,000 as our revenue coming in our general funds. So you can see we do receive other revenues in smaller amounts, but the majority is our property taxes that we're reliant on. Again, this slide was shared in June and continues to be one that we do share. This is our expenditures. So when we did our projected expenditures for the year 25-26, you can see that we are projected to expend $259 million. So if you look at it as comparison to the previous slide where we were only generating $247 million in revenue, we're now expected to expend 259. There is our deficit spending right there in our general fund. We also on the pie, you can see the majority of our funds, about 90%, are spent on salary and benefits for employees. Again, we are an educational facility. We're service students. We are a people business. The expectation would be that the majority of our funds are spent in that area. We just have to be very cautious when we get to that 90%. When we look in retrospect, we have always been a district that has spent a high percentage of our revenue on personnel. We had a couple of years where we received those millions of dollars in COVID funds that we actually were able to lower that percentage. But once those one-time funds were eliminated, we were back at about the 89 to 90%, and that's where we're sitting again now. This graph is really just to show an illustration. I know we've had a lot of discussions over the course of the years in our declining enrollment and our staffing. And so this graphic is just to illustrate where we are. You can see that our student enrollment has dropped significantly over the last 10 years, losing from down to 19,000 to our current enrollment of about 13,399. But you can also see that our staffing decline has not been in proportion over that same period of time, where we were sitting with approximately 1,556 FTEs, full-time positions in 2015, we're still sitting at 14,770, I'll get my numbers, 1,470 right now in 25-26. So you can see that because we have not been reducing staff, this really is our structural deficit that we need to approach. One of the conversations I know that we've had over the years and continue to have is levers. We've talked about bringing different levers forward, and just, we're at a point now where we've attempted to do levers, which are smaller incremental changes to our budget, but they haven't had that sustainable impact on us. That's the reason why this year with our stabilization, we've really shifted and are talking about a systemic change. They are deeper, more impactful, but have that sustainability. And so I don't want to mislead and say that if we make the decisions today, we are still doing some other levers. We do have some other reductions that we're going to be bringing forward to, other staff reductions as well. But in order for us to really take that turn and right side the district, we do need to make those greater impacts and change our systems. Again, our first topic that we will do is our potential system change of middle school electives. We have Sarah Brown, our Director of Instruction, that has worked very closely with our middle schools, has been here to kind of share the work along the way, and I will turn it over to her.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Nancy, I think the full deck needs to be uploaded to Gamut.
I'm sorry.
The full deck?
This is the still for the first version, I believe.
No.
We have not posted the full deck yet. We'll do that at the end of the day.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, for having me here and Executive Cabinet. I am here today to talk to you a little bit about middle school electives and the middle school schedule, and hopefully offer some options that might help us with our financial situation. So we'll move on to the, okay.
Are we presenting something that's differently than point of order? Are we presenting something that is different than what was posted publicly?
Yes, we are.
Then.
So the rule is once we present it to the board, it's made public. It is public right now because we're being live streamed. It's
Okay.
available to the public.
For transparency in the future, if we are presenting something, I like it to be available to the public and to us ahead of time, rather than to present it to us now.
It is a board advance, and we typically will bring the slide decks at the time of the board advance because it's termed a study session. And so we want to have that in-depth conversation, be able to provide context, but we've noted that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So to start off, I just want to give you all a little bit of background of where we have come from with regards to the middle school schedule and the electives. So this has really been a multiple year journey of us looking at our schedule, looking at electives, and trying to figure out how we can make things more equitable and give our students some more choice. So really, we had a call to action with the passing of AB 328. That was the assembly bill that required all of our middle schools to start at 8 in the morning or later. So that gave us the opportunity to really look at the schedules. And we looked at all of our middle school schedules, and we noticed that they all were different. They were starting at different times. They had different amounts of instructional minutes. They ended at different times. We also looked at our prep periods for all of our staff members, and some of our staff members had 2 prep periods throughout the day. Some had 1 prep period throughout the day, and we wanted to make sure that was equitable. We also looked at our instructional minutes, and we wanted to make sure that the instructional minutes for our students, for example, in core classes, were equitable throughout our 5 different middle schools. So if you had language arts at CMS, you had the exact same instructional minutes if you were to be going to Hyde. We also wanted to ensure that our intervention students that were taking an intervention class had the opportunity to also take an elective during the school day. And in many of our sites, we had an optional 0 period where our students were able to take the intervention courses, but had to opt in to a 0 period in order to get an elective during this, which was outside of the school day. We also wanted to make sure to expand our electives so students had more choices and were having more choices with electives and having 2 electives throughout the school day. Which allowed us to create a 7-period day. So if you take a look at the screen, and actually my screen has gone black up here. But if you take a look at the screen, these were some of our priorities. We really wanted to make sure that we had equitable learning time in core classes, equitable planning time for our teachers, to expand a 2-year elective day for all, and intervention support during the school day, and that all middle schools would start and end at the same time. Go to the next slide. So this is our current structure. All of our middle schools now have a 7-period day as of this year. All students have 2 electives, or they have 1 intervention class and 1 elective course. All of our teachers have 2 prep periods. And the teacher duty day and start and end time is the same at all 5 of our middle schools. And all of the sites' instructional minutes are well over the state requirement, which has now allowed us to incorporate minimum days during our school year to provide professional development around Portrait of a Learner. So with regards to our status quo savings here for this particular plan, currently, for 25-26, we have 212 full-time employees at our middle schools. For next year, we would actually, through natural attrition, be going down to decreasing about 5 FTEs in our middle schools due to a slight decline in enrollment across our 5 sites. So the cost savings of that natural attrition is $624,000 approximately. If you go to the next slide. The next slide outlines our option 1, And our option one is actually something that we have historically done in the past with two of our middle schools. So at Hyde and Miller, we've had this schedule in the past. And basically what it entails is our 7th and 8th grade students having the option to have 2 electives during their school day. And our 6th grade students would be taking 1 elective. So if you take a look at the impacts of option one, we'll start with the students. For students, one of the impacts is that not every single student at the site would be taking 2 electives. Students without 2 electives will start school at a later time. So for example, our 6th graders would start probably about 50 so minutes after our 7th and 8th graders. One of the benefits of this particular option is that our families would have choice. 7th and 8th grade families would have choice as to whether or not they wanted to have their students be in 2 electives during the school day. This would decrease our accountable yearly instructional minutes. So it would be very difficult for us to include those extra 4 minimum days that we use right now for PD for Portrait of a Learner. With regards to staff impacts for this particular option, we would have a decrease in middle school staff of approximately 18 full-time employees. We would decrease in our accountable instructional minutes, just like what I just talked to you about. So our staff would not be able to necessarily do the PD during those 4 additional minimum days that we have right now. It is a little bit difficult to determine staffing needs because we are estimating that around about 75% of our 7th and 8th grade students would choose to have that 2 elective. And that's based on what we had previously at Hyde and Miller. So we're basing it on our previous knowledge there of about 75%. We also need to just be thinking about our transportation impact. We've done it in the past where we have had busing for our special education students that come at 2 different times. So we can do it again. It is just something we need to be thinking about. So the cost savings for this particular option is about $2,160,000. Okay. The next option is very similar to the option that I just talked to you about, this option 2. And, oh, did we change? Okay, great. This one is where all of our 7th and 8th graders would mandatorily get 2 electives. So they would all be going to the 7-period day. And our 6th grade students would be getting 1 elective. So the impact is very similar to our first option there. For students, not all students would be able to take 2 electives. So again, we'd look at our 6th grade students, and they would be starting a little bit later than our 7th and 8th grade students. We would also be decreasing in the amount of accountable instructional minutes. And just to explain a little bit about that, as I didn't explain it on our last slide, but the accountable instructional minutes, because we don't have all of the 6th graders taking a full 7-period day, we wouldn't be able to count the instructional minutes of that first period because not all students would be attending. For staff, we would be decreasing approximately 13 full-time employees. And of course, we would be decreasing the instructional minutes again, where it would affect the professional development in the 4 minimum days. This would be a little bit easier to determine staffing needs because we know exactly how many 7th and 8th graders we will have from year to year. So we would be able to determine exactly how many classes we would need. And then of course, transportation again, because of the 2 different start times. The cost savings for this particular plan is approximately $1,560,000. And the final option is status quo for 26, 27. And just to review the impacts for students, all students would start and end at the same exact time. All students would be taking 2 electives. All students have a 7-period day. All students taking an intervention class will also be able to take an elective during the school day. The impact for staff is staff duty day would remain the same. And actually, staff duty day would remain the same on all of these plans because it is a 7.25-hour day for all staff. The instructional minutes would remain quite a bit over the state allocated minutes that we are required to hit. So we would continue to be able to have the 4 minimum days where we are incorporating professional development for POL. And all teachers would continue to have the 2 prep periods, which they would continue as well in the 2 other plans. The cost savings for this, as we talked about earlier, would be a $624,000 cost savings, as we would be decreasing about 5 FTE for this particular plan. And I am available for questions.
Okay, we'll pause here then at this section for questions. Bring it back to the board. Does anyone have questions they'd like to start with? No questions?
I think
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Ava, please go ahead.
I'll go ahead and start. Thank you. Since we're on this slide 12, I'll go ahead and start here. When you mentioned prep period, Ms. Brown, does that mean the time that they have to prepare for their classes, or meaning in terms of prep, like teaching the number of different courses, just to clarify?
I can tell you're a teacher because you know that they are both called prep periods.
Yeah, and it's kind of
gets confusing.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about here is the actual planning time that teachers do not have students under their purview, and they are using that particular time to plan their lessons and curriculum.
Okay. And then I noticed you're using the word equitable, and it sounds like it's more equal because my understanding is equitable is like if you have 2 kids and one of them needs more tutoring because they need more help, you would give one kid tutoring and the other one not, because it's more about filling the need. It sounds like when we're talking about equity, like when the example that you were giving was like taking classes or like the same start time. So just kind of defining what is your idea of equitable versus equal, because equal means like everybody gets the same.
Yeah. With regards to start and end time, it is equal. So all students would start at the exact same time. Currently, right now, our start time for students is 8 o'clock. All of our middle school students start at 8. They end at 3:05.
Okay.
It's equal also for staff. They all have the exact same duty day. They start at the same time and they end at the same time. With regards to instructional minutes, we are almost equal. And the reason why we are not exactly equal is because a couple of our sites have a modified block, whereas some of the other sites are on traditional. Okay, so we have 2 sites that are on modified block and the rest are on traditional. With regards to equity with electives, it is not equal with regards to every student gets 2 electives because some students have intervention classes. So some students are having an intervention class and an elective. And some students are having 2 electives, if that makes sense. And then, for example, our CLIP families, our students are in Mandarin classes and then also an elective. The majority of our students are getting 2 electives.
Okay. And I'm glad that you mentioned, thank you. for clarifying. And I'm glad you mentioned about instructional minutes. What is the state mandate for the minimum instructional hours per year? Is it per year? Right.
Yes.
Okay.
54,000 for grades 6 through 8.
Fourth through it.
Four through 8. Thank you. And 240 minutes for a regular day
And 240.
minimum.
I do recognize from what you're saying, to clarify, is that you're saying the instruction minutes, there's a slight variation due to the difference of a couple schedules from some of our middle schools, right?
Yeah, very slight. Currently, right now, we are well over the 54,000 minutes, yearly
Okay.
minutes.
So even with all the options, we're over that.
Our current schedule is far over 54,000
Okay.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I'll wait till my next turn.
Thanks, Ava. Who like to, Satish, I think you
Okay,
had
I
up.
think I'll go. Okay, so couple of things. How the in the option one you said about 75%. Can you go to that option one slide? It's I think 14. If yeah. So 75%, right? So how do we determine or how did we determine the 75%? Is it based on the past interest, or we are making a cutoff at 75%?
No, it's based off our past interest. So we took a look at our sites that have offered this schedule in the past, Hyde and Miller, and generally we had about 75% of our students that opted for a second elective. Now, I can't tell you if that's for sure what we would have if we were to go to this schedule, but I'm just basing this on what has happened in the past.
With this option, there could be the fluctuation. We could have 80%
Yeah.
of students at one particular site that are 7th and 8th graders that take the 2 electives. Another site might be slightly lower. That is traditionally what we've seen in the patterns in the past.
So, but are we at least some kind of a calculation we are doing here, right? Like about to get that certain amount or number of FTE, basically. I think it's what it translates into, looks like, right? So do we have some maximum capacity? If that's a case, like how much only we can offer? I'm trying to see that how much maximum which we can get. And average 75% you are saying. So it could be in some, like, let's say some sites can go much higher, as you said, but is there a cutoff you're thinking for, because I'm sure like every site will have a different, but.
So with this option, we wouldn't cap and say there's only a certain percentage of the 7th and 8th graders. It would be for any 7th and 8th grader that wanted to opt in. The difference would be is if it's higher than 75%, then it would be the cost savings would be somewhere between the mandated at 100% and this cost savings here. So we'd be somewhere between the 2.1 and the 1.5 that was shared on option 2.
Okay. So in other way, sorry if I keep going on the same. In the other way, if we say that anyone who applies, they would get it.
A 7th and 8th grader, yes, on this option.
Okay. Okay. And today it is 100%, right?
100%. Yes.
Any sites we have, people can opt out if they want?
No, all 5 sites are 7-period days for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade currently.
Okay, they don't have choice. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll wait for
right.
I think she answered most of the things. I thought I could ask the same questions more and more, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Satish. Long, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question about I would say our option 3. You said we are going to have a 600,000 savings. So where is the saving come from since it's a status quo?
Yeah, the savings would come from our natural attrition because we have a decrease in our student population in middle schools. So naturally, we would decrease the full-time employees. If we have less students, we don't need as many full-time employees. So that's accounting for approximately 5 FTEs that we would, the natural attrition. So that would equal out to about $624,000.
Okay.
If I could add on to that this will also require us to staff very tightly. And so, any conversations about adding new electives probably would not be able to happen at this point because we would have to use current staffing to offer the electives.
Yes.
Yeah, for electives, say, are they, say, say that yeah, facing for each grade? I mean, say certain electives can, is that, yeah, I'm wondering whether, say, there's electives that specific to certain grade, like,
No.
yeah, like say a band, and maybe the entrance is only for sixth grade, or that,
So-
how does it work?
Thanks for asking that question. So at each one of our different middle schools, we do have different electives. There's some variations, although we do have a lot of the same electives as well at some of our middle schools. We have band classes at every single one of our middle schools. Some of our middle schools have orchestra. We have, wood shop classes at most of our middle schools. Some have metal shop. So it's different. And the offerings are different for sixth grade, seventh grade, and eighth grade at each one of our middle schools, depending upon how they're building their schedule.
We do have some electives, if I'm hearing part of the question right, that are mixed grade level electives. So they're not just pure eighth grade electives or pure seventh grade. There are mixed grade levels. So there could be sixth, seventh graders in the same elective class, or seventh and eighth grade in the same elective class.
Okay. Okay, cool. And yeah, another thing is that when looking at the three options, I feel like we missed another one, which is that say we make all three make it say optional for all three grades, 6, 7, and 8, and so 6 also have the option to choose 2. So.
Yes, that is also another option. The only difficulty with that is that we wouldn't know from year to year to be able to do really effective planning, because we wouldn't know how many students were going to opt in and opt out. But it is potentially an option that we could look at.
We could do an analysis of the cost savings there. Again, it would fall somewhere probably between the option 1 and option 2, or excuse me, option 3 savings.
Yeah, because it seems like sixth grade they have only provide 2 options. Either they all take 1, or they force the 2, or they all take 2. So they do not have the flexibility to have an option second. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Sylvia.
So last year when we were talking about the launch of kind of putting out the whole 2 electives for all 7th and 8th graders, I know that we'd gotten feedback from our middle school teachers, and there was some disagreements on like the best way to implement. There were disagreements on the transitions class. There was some disagreements on combined grades versus separate grades, and like longer periods versus shorter periods. And I know that there was some convening or committee that was put together. I'm wondering, can you, like, what's the status on that? I'm curious about like where that feedback is being put into maybe some of these options.
I think the only issue that we were looking at some of the sites was the combining of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at some of the within some of the electives. What happened this year is each one of our middle school principals convened a committee at their site, and that's where they took input, and then that's how they created their schedule. So not all of the schedules are exactly the same, or the offerings, or what 6th graders or 7th graders or 8th graders are able to take are the same. So what they did was they met with the committee, and that's how they built their schedule for this year.
Okay, so basically every middle school was allowed to customize based on what what their site wanted
Within parameters.
within
Yes.
parameter. And what
Yeah.
were those parameters?
Well, we wanted to make sure that the start time and the end time were the same
Okay.
and that the instructional minutes were the same. So they had to be able to do that. That 2 electives were obviously offered that are in pretty much all of the parameters that we talked about on that very first slide. We just wanted to make sure all of those things were met. And then each school has kind of their own culture and what they offer. And so, like, for example, at Miller, there's clips. So you need to take in some of those different variables to make sure that the schedule is going to work for the school. So that's really what happened with each one of the sites. They took in all of those, the variables and teacher credentialing and that sort of thing. And then they created the schedule that was going to work for the site.
Okay. So then with option 1, if we could go back to that slide. So it sounds like, so historically the same schedule as Hyde and Miller, which I'm familiar with because that's what my kids went through with the 0 period. Is that what it would look like with a zero period again?
I don't know that we would call it 0 period necessarily, but it would be essentially the same. The difference between a 0 period in what we've had historically is the 0 period started way before 8 o'clock. For example, like at Kennedy, I remember it starting at like 7:20, I think. So we're not able to do that at this point because of the AB 328. So we would keep the same schedule that we have right now, but students that are not taking the 2 elective would start later. So essentially they would start at about like 8:50. I think that's what time second period starts.
Okay. So they would start with period 2 at 8:50-ish.
Yes.
And then those who opted for the for 2 electives would start at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
But then 6th graders would all start at period 2.
Yeah.
But then, for example, with CLIP, they would have that first period because of their mandatory.
Yes.
Mandarin. Okay. And then I had a third question, but I've lost it. So you can come
Okay,
back
well,
to
we
me.
can come around again. All right. So I think the first question is clarification between 1 and 2. So essentially, it's the difference is that in 1, a quarter of the 7th and 8th graders can opt into a second one. That's essentially the main difference between the 2, or are there other parameters that are different between 1 and 2?
Yeah. Between 1, it's anybody can opt in as far as 7th and 8th grade. 7th and 8th grade, and we're just basing it on the
Right.
75% from historically what we've
Right.
had.
Okay.
But if we have 80%, we would give 80%.
Right. Okay.
The other difference that's pretty much it.
So it would still be a 7-period day among all these options?
7-period day if you were taking the 2 electives. So if you're a 7th and 8th grader and you are
Okay.
opting into the 2 electives,
Then
you would be
7.
taking the 7-period day.
Okay.
Anybody who opted out, any 7th and 8th grader who opted out of the 2 electives or a 6th grader would be starting at the 8:50 and they would have 2 through 7.
Okay. All right. And then what about the diversity of the course offerings? And can you talk a bit about that amongst these 3 options? Do you see that decreasing in some of them, or do you see them being sort of more or less stable?
It's difficult to say exactly without knowing
Okay.
how many students we would have for the different courses and what they would choose.
Okay.
We have historical knowledge of what students have asked for and what electives we've had in the past. But it's difficult to say exactly what our elective offerings would be until we get our elective course requests back from students.
And then, so if we were to down select, say we're choosing one of the options 1 or 2, how will we what's the process for making a decision on what to offer then? Because presumably, to your point, we don't know until the students actually sign up, but we have to make those decisions presumably ahead of that. And I'm just wondering what that process will look like.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So what we do is our fantastic counselors at all of our different middle schools prepare elective course requests. And what they do is they send that out to our 5th grade students that are currently at our elementary schools, and then our 6th and our 7th grade students that are at our middle schools. And what our students do is they fill out and they rank their different choices on the elective card. And then what our counselors do is they bring that back, they, tally them up, and then they work very closely with our principals to figure out what the kids are looking at and what we're able to offer, what their interests are. In this particular situation, we would also be asking students in 7th and 8th grade, for example, option 1, whether or not they wanted that 2 elective. So we could determine how many students we're looking at.
And so presumably that would happen from a timeline standpoint, winter, early spring kind of timeline, I would imagine.
We'd like to do it as soon as possible so we can get those numbers and we can start planning for staffing. But I would say that we would probably want to start that next month.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll come around here again just to check. How did we go? I think, Ava, I think you went first. Did you have anything else?
Oh, yes, I did. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mhm.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Mhm.
I had to go ahead and turn that back on. Clarification question, Ms. Brown, on the 6th grade option where they take 1 elective. Is that elective currently the transition class for all students, or whichever elective they want?
Yeah. So as you recall, our transition class, we eliminated moving forward with that due to credentialing and some other issues that we had talked about last year. But it is not the transition class that the students are opting into. It's an elective. But the elective is different at different sites. So some sites have students going into a variety of different electives, woodshop, arts, that sort of thing. And then some sites have what's known as an exploratory wheel, which is taught by a variety of different teachers. And there's a variety of different curriculums and subject matter that's taught in the exploratory wheel. So it's a little different site by site.
Okay, so the 6th grade option of what an elective would look like, no longer transition class, but it would differ based on each site.
We don't even have the transition class really right now.
So no transition
So-
class, but whether what that elective may look like besides the different offerings of electives that each of the sites are not exactly the same. There's a thing called exploratory wheel.
Yes.
What sites currently are offering the exploratory wheel?
The sites that are currently offering exploratory wheel are Miller. One of their electives is an exploratory wheel. Kennedy is offering as one of their electives is an exploratory wheel. And CMS is offering one of their electives as an exploratory wheel. And
That's it.
I think that's it.
Thank you. I guess the last question, I think not last, I'm sorry. Second question is, you were talking about how some of the middle schools had committees. Who composed of those committees?
It was generally 6th grade teachers and elective teachers and the principal, counselors. In some instances, teachers were voted to be part of the committee, but generally it was made up of teachers in which this was going to have an effect.
Okay. And the other one's more like a journal, so I'm not sure who can answer it, but before we started offering 2 electives at all the schools, I think it was just Kennedy and Miller that offered 2 electives. Like, in general, how many staff did we hire to offer 2 electives at all schools when we transitioned? Or is there increase of staff members?
We didn't increase any FTEs. We didn't lose teachers through attrition, so there would have been some teachers that we held on to, but we didn't increase and hire any additional teachers.
Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Satish.
Yeah, so a little bit again a general question, not specific to the options. So now we are in 1 year in this, right? So did we see the effectiveness or success of these 2 electives? How did what is there any mechanism do we have, or did we have any kind? Oh, we offered it. So what? Like what happened? Did it really? So this answer is very important for me to make a decision because we put some effort more in terms. So I will ask my second question about the investment portion also. But the first question is more on to the effectiveness of this program. How did overall, from a district perspective or this coordination perspective, parent perspective, staff perspective, teachers, staff, I mean is teachers. How do you rate this program? Was it effective? I know we all say it's great, but did we have any meat behind that?
So when we began the whole discussion about the 2 electives, I know Sarah, working with the middle schools, we did parent surveys, we did surveys of students to ascertain whether it was potentially to move forward on 2 electives, and there was positive feedback on moving towards the 2 electives.
So, but we after 6 months, how many months? I don't know. How is it? What's a feel like? Is it like a too much of you're pushing kids to be part of that, or if given a chance they would go away from that? Do you have some sense? I don't know. Probably it's too early to do that, but I think this is very important for us when you're continuing or discontinuing or altering this program.
So I don't know that we've done the analysis from the perspective of the students. We're presenting this purely as fiscal, as one of those levers that we know that we could return what we did prior, reduce costs, minimal impact to the students. I can tell you some of the conversations that I've had, but we have not had any official. I know there are some teachers that are concerned with the 2 electives because one of the pieces I think that aren't represented here is just the cost of covering 2 electives. The supplies and materials is absolutely a big concern because that is one of the areas we're struggling with. And I think last spring that had been brought up from all of us and shared is just that how do we fund the cost of the 2 electives? That's always been a concern. So on the paper here, this is really just about staffing and fiscal side of it. I think what we do know as we're working towards Portrait of a Learner, hearing some of the anecdotes back from teachers is the time to work and do some of these projects. Our periods are shorter at the middle schools now to fit the 7 periods in. I believe they're all about 50 minutes. So potentially, as we work through the Portrait of a Learner, we may come up with a different schedule that the teachers determine they want. I think that's down the road for there. This is just completely on a fiscal stability presentation.
Yeah, because it would have been much more easier. Physical is one, of course, we are working on physical, but I think what is not working very well, probably cutting would be much more easier for us, right? So, I think going back to Eva's question, something in addition to that, how much of additional investment other than the teachers, FTEs, like that like 18 FTEs, I think with this calculations, 18 FTEs are for this, right? So they would not have been there if this program was not there, like approximately. And in addition to that, I know I forget the people part of it, but what additional investment or the infrastructural changes we made now, and what was the approximate cost on that? Any idea?
So if we had to move forward with the 2 electives, we would have been reducing teachers due to the natural attrition and declining enrollment. And I'm going to look towards Chris and Mike for maybe a better estimate. I don't know off the top of my head what we lose in attrition for the middle schools with the declining enrollment. Initially, I want to say probably 5 to 6 FTEs, but I could be in error.
I believe when we first talked about the second electives, if we didn't make that kind of change that year, I think we were estimating anywhere from 5 to 6 normal FTE reductions just based off of pure enrollment, just pure numbers.
Plus any additional investment we have put on this in to provide or offer to electives other than the personnel.
I think the investment is to cover the materials for the 2 electives where we're working closely with our sites and parent donations and SEEF to ensure that we have the funds to cover them. That is the other investment. As we're offering 2 electives, there's an increased cost to cover the materials in those elective versus only having 1 elective.
Jerry, the last one on the same thing. So is there any plan to get some feedback from the parents or the staff means including teachers involved on these electives on how this program is going? It would be really helpful actually to get it, because we did a big move last year on this, and you would have had a plan, or you are planning to have, or would you be able to make just to check like how it is going, kind of? It will be really helpful for us. I know that we are in a time sensitive part of it on making these decisions, but I thought it would have been nice, like once in 6 months or something, to get a feel how we are going or where we are going toward.
So we haven't gathered any of the parent on official surveys, again, just because we were really looking at it as a financial and the timing of it. I think anytime we make these hard decisions, as you're going to hear on our next option, probably there are going to be some parents who are not in support of it, going to be some parents who may support it. But when we look at just that fiscal decision, that's really the focus that we have.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Long, please.
Okay. Thank you, Satish, for the question I was about to ask it. And I remember last year when we decided to have those 2 electives, and asked that question, say how many how many teachers, I mean FTEs we are going to avoid to lay off, and the answer was about 17 or 18 at that time, right?
17.
Okay.
17.
Yeah, 17. Yeah, and it's a good thing. Say we avoided laying off at that time, and now we are circling this options back, and I do not know. So it's really have a mixed feeling, and I really would like to see, say, at least we are experimenting those mandatory 2 electives for this year. So I would like to see, say, how how does it help, whether it helps the students, and and what's the feedback from the teachers, and so would really like to hear about that. And my second question is that, say, the whole thing is because we lose the parcel tax. So when did we start losing it, and from which year?
Last year was last year. It expired in 2024.
2024. So calendar year is 2024, right?
So we had tried to stretch out as long as we could any of our one-time funds so that we didn't have to make the cuts. We could have been having this decision a year ago or 2 years ago and making drastic cuts, but we were able to utilize the one-time funds and kind of stretch it out, knowing that at some point we were going to probably hit this cliff where we were going to have to make the hard decisions.
Okay. And say, in the meanwhile, we also have 2 school sites, and the Regnard and the coming one, Mayerhouse, and we are going to, one already leased out, and one is going to lease out. And so I'm wondering, say, whether the revenue from those leasing, which was not available before we lose the parcel tax, will that offset some of the lose?
So tessellations, the lease with tessellations came in last year. So we started generating the revenue right about at the time of the parcel tax. Meyerholtz, as you're aware, we haven't leased out yet. So we are not generating any revenue, although we have projected into our multi-year and expected revenue from Meyerholtz, but that is not built into the current budget.
Okay, but I mean, say after we start to have since our say partial tax, we lose 8 million. Say if we get 5 million on those two leases, will that mean? Does that mean we need to cut 3 million?
So
How does it work?
just kind of a step back to remind, when we did our multi-year adoption in June, when Tina presented it, we had already projected that we were going to reduce about 3.3 million in FTEs. We didn't identify what FTEs were. We just said in 25, 26, 26, 27, we're going to reduce by this number of FTEs. We've tried to shift away from calling out FTEs and making it a dollar amount, because FTEs are all a different dollar amount. We're really looking at a dollar. So in our multi-year right now, we've already accounted for 3.3 million in reductions. So when we're searching for this 8 million, that 3 million has already been accounted for. So we really are needing 5 million additional minimally, because there's still some of those unknowns. And so what we're bringing forward to you today are in addition to what we've already identified as those 3 million in FTE staffing reduction cost savings. This is all in addition to that, in order to get us stabilized, get our reserve over that 6%, to get us out of the deficit spending.
Yeah, in another say in one of the previous slides, we showed say our student enrollment keeps dropping, but our FTEs are keeping quite stable. And I'm wondering, say, if we separate the FTEs in say certified and and classified, and also say management. So how does that work?
And I can share kind of a high level overview of it. That will be something we'll bring back as we talk about specific staffing reductions. But if you look at the year in 2015, when we had 1,556 full-time employees, roughly 58% of that were CEA, a little over 10% were SEIU, about 25.5% were CSEA, and about 6% were management. Looking forward into the 25-26 school year, where we're at 13,900 students and 1,470 FTEs, we are at about 52% is CEA, 11.5% is SEIU, 30.5% is CSEA, and 6.1% is management. So even those numbers have stayed pretty consistent across the groups. We just have not done the reductions. And as we look at those years when we received the funds from COVID, a lot of the money was spent on staff. When we brought in intervention, we brought in mental health, we brought in IAs. They were important. They were important for us to do for our students. And so, those are some of the areas that we no longer have that additional funding that we may have to look at reducing or rearranging.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Sylvia.
Can you just clarify back for me the prep period thing? So with option one, or with all options, the teachers are still getting 2 prep periods.
Yes.
And then I'm so sorry, I know Ava asked this question, but can you just explain it for somebody who's not a teacher? What's a planning period versus a prep period, and what does that mean?
No problem. So prep period, we call it it represents 2 different things. So prep period for this presentation, we're talking about those times when a teacher does not have students in their class and they are able to plan. So it's more like a planning period. And that's when they're doing, grading, or they're planning their next lesson, or they're collaborating with colleagues who also have the same planning period. We also call them preps. So if you have multiple preps, you might be teaching multiple classes. Subjects, right. So you might be teaching Algebra 1, and that's one prep. And then you're also teaching geometry, and that's one prep. It's confusing. But for all intents and purposes, the prep that we're talking about here is the actual period. not the difference that matters.
So with, like currently, it's a 7-period day, and of the 7 periods, there's 2 prep periods,
Correct.
right? But if it moves to a 5-period with with a 6-period day with the optional 7th period, explain to me how that works and who gets the 2 prep periods and how is that all figured out?
Yeah. All of the teachers would still continue to have the 2 prep periods, which would be their planning period. So they would still have that. It's just probably the 6th grade teachers would have that first period be one of their planning periods. So all staff members would still need to be on campus for 7.25-hour day. And so that would mean that they would have to be on campus for first period all the way through 7th period. But the 6th graders may not be there during first period. So the 6th grade teachers would have their planning period during that time.
Okay. And then the instructional minutes, because if period 1 is optional, then that is like, we can't consider that instructional minutes, right? Since it's optional.
That is correct.
So essentially, so of the 240 minutes a day, we're basically then, it's like 190 minutes of official instructional minutes.
If you were to take our yearly right now, the state requires 54,000 minutes. Right now, we're well over 54,000 minutes because we get to account for all 7 periods. If we were to take that first period off, we would still have 54,000 minutes. We just wouldn't have as much flexibility with those minimum days because the minimum days are less instructional minutes.
So currently with instructional minutes, we're at just over 63,000. And if we go back and have the optional, we would be at about 54,500. So again, still over the required amount, but much more.
Can you repeat those numbers for me?
They're not exact. We're over 63,000 currently. We would go back to being at about 54,500. And the requirement is 54,000 for grades 4 through 8.
So with the removal of that 1 period, we would still be above the 240 minimum?
Yes.
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 Okay, I see. And then you were talking about the period length of time in 1 period. So currently, what is that length of time, and what then with the change for option 1, what would that change to?
It would remain the same as far as how long each period lasted, and approximately 50 minutes right now.
So to kind of set a framework, the day is going to look the same if we go to one of these other options. It's still laid out as a 7-period day. Teachers are still going to teach 5 out of the 7-period days. The impact is really to 6th graders. 6th graders are now going to have a 6-period day, and they're going to start at 8:50 and go to 3:05. 7th and 8th graders have the option with the option or mandate, they would start at 8 o'clock, go to 3:05, 7 periods, but the length of the periods does not change from what it is currently. Those stay status quo. The bottom line impact is to 6th graders.
Okay. Okay, so from the instruction point of view, the bottom line impact is to 6th graders. From a staffing point of view, the bottom line impact sounds like it's primarily to elective teachers.
It depends, and it depends on how you build your schedule. It could be affecting 6th grade teachers, or it could be affecting elective teachers, depending upon what the needs are.
Why? How does it affect the 6th? Sorry, I'm asking too many questions.
Please go ahead. This is
How does it affect the 6th grade teachers versus the elective teachers? I think I'm not fully understanding.
It is confusing. So I'll try and explain a little bit. So with regards to sixth grade, it depends on how you build your schedule. So if they're teaching 5 periods, most of our sixth grade teachers have a multiple subject teaching credential where they teach language arts, for example, history, language arts, history, and then an exploratory wheel, which is their hanging 5th period. If we decide that we want to continue to have that hanging 5th period at certain sites that are exploratory wheel, it wouldn't affect the 6th grade teacher. The reduction in staff would not be 6th grade teachers. It would be more along the lines of elective teachers. Okay. If we decided to have that hanging 5th period be a core class, like an extra language arts or an extra history, and we did away with the exploratory wheel and we had all of our 6th grade kids go into electives, the electives would fill up and we would have less need for our 6th grade teachers. So it depends upon how we build the schedule at each one of the sites.
Okay. So earlier when you were talking about the breadth of elective offerings, that's that hanging 5th, right?
That's the exploratory wheel in some of our sites.
And some of our, because some of those 6th grade ELA social studies teachers have that option of saying, oh, I'm going to offer a
wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, I see.
Mm-hmm. So it really depends on how you're going to build the schedule and where the students are going to go. And from there, then we determine staffing needs. We also need to take into consideration credentialing as well.
Okay.
I'm just going to do a quick time check too. We had allocated about an hour for this first topic, and then to be able to move on to the second one. So I'll just kind of.
I think it's, yeah, all right. Wow, with that, I'll just maybe ask a quick one here, which is sort of a historical perspective. And so, because I'm hearing different narratives, I just want to kind of share what my understanding, and y'all tell me if this is correct, is, back when we had the dropping enrollment, and I remember this program among this initiative of the 2 electives, among other things, was a way for us to not have forced attritions among the teachers, because then we could offer more courses and offer more selections that allowed us to not have to cut people then. Because is that correct? Because I'm hearing then maybe narratives, are we ramped up for this and all this? I was just wondering if I could, what's the narrative here? Because I thought it was sort of trying to keep the staffing level stable in a time of dropping enrollment by offering more courses is that accurate, or is that not really accurate?
I think that was one of the effects of doing the 2 electives, is that we did not reduce teachers at that time, where if we had not moved to the 2 electives through the attrition, we would have been reducing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think given we have other things, maybe we'll just go on and then we can.
I actually had till 10:30, so still had 5 minutes.
Oh, still 5 minutes. Okay. All right. So then let's see. Second question, maybe just a clarification between 1 and 2 then. It seems like 2 is a degenerate case of 1. Like if you did 1, but then everybody signed up, then you essentially would have 2. Is that correct? Or is there some other?
That's exactly correct.
That's correct. Okay. So that's essentially that. And then the third question then is around coming back on this target. We talked about structural deficits, but when I look at the multi-year projection, there isn't an $8 million deficit there. So presumably this $8 million, there are different portions. Then I wonder if you could speak to that, and how hard is that $8 million line?
So the 8 million really is looking at not necessarily the deficit, but because we're also taking into account the reserve. Our reserve is at the 5% this year. We did show that it would slowly over the course of the next 4 years grow. Again, that was out giving any staffing salaries. And so that's really where we're looking at that 8 million total, is that we get out of the deficit spending, but we also get our reserve increased up.
Okay, because it does, we're looking at the multi-year projection that was shared a month ago, we do climb up, but I do understand this has no pay increases and that sort of thing built in. That's with.
It's also being, you know, I think especially in conversations with the county, there are still so many unknowns with what's going to happen with federal funding and state funding that I do believe we need to target as much reductions now as we can so that we are safe and not coming back again in 6 months having these conversations and saying, well, now we have this funding cut. So it is being very proactive.
Thank you. Okay, if there isn't anything burning, then we'll move on here to the next section. Or, oh, I'm sorry, Ava, please. I didn't see that.
No, it's okay.
Apologies.
Didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
I'll be as quick as we can. One of the I noticed that in the conversation we were mentioning about supplies and how that could be a cost. Where are we with the career technical education funds, and what are some ways? Because my understanding with that, it's separate from our general funds, and one of the biggest things besides teacher PD is supplies, consumables that we have in equipment.
Yeah. So with regards to, just to give you an overview of our supplies for, or funding for supplies for our electives, we are looking at a variety of different sources right now. So we are getting donations from our families, which is fantastic. And then we also have Prop 28 funds that we'll be using. We also have gotten generous donation from CEF, and then we're also using some district funding. So at this point, all of our electives are funded and are able to get what they need in order to do what they need to do throughout this school year, which is fantastic. With regards to CTE and the grants that they're offering. One of the things with CTE that we have to be mindful about is the credentialing. There's required CTE credentials that staff need to hold in order to teach the CTE classes. Also, the grant is, which sounds amazing, but it is a $2 matching per every dollar spent with the grant. So I'm not sure at this point fiscally if we're able to move on something like that. The other issue with CTE is that it does need to have a through line with our high schools. So there needs to be classes that are actually created that they can continue on into high school and then eventually onto a career path. So those are things that those CTE sounds amazing. I think those are things that we need to keep in mind that I'm not sure if we're able to do that at this time.
Okay. And the other question is, it's more generalized. Like, it sounds like we're focusing on certificated cuts, and if it's staffing that we're looking into, I want us. Is it possible to have conversations about the management and if we're talking about how much money is being spent per percentage of each of those categories, to also talk about how many staff members are being affected, because different levels of staffing has different costs, and management tends to have much higher costs than a certificated, or even more so for someone who's in classified. And like, so the ask is, when presenting, have the cost, the number of people, and the distinction between management versus non-management. Obviously, management would cost more than non-management. And how much would it be if you're saying $8 million in deficit without the consideration of bringing the reserve from 5% to 10% and just maintaining the 5%? How much deficit are we talking about?
Well, every 1% of our reserve is approximately 2.4 million.
So it'll be 5.
So if you wanted to get it to 10%,
2.4
talking 12 million more.
So we wouldn't be in deficit spending if we're 8 million deficit?
We wouldn't be in deficit spending. The 8 million is overcoming our deficit, but increasing our reserve. Remember the 4 functions at the beginning of the stabilization.
Increasing our reserve and kept it at 5%. How much are we talking about deficit spending?
Unrestricted deficit spending currently right now is about $5 million for the budget for 25-26.
$5 million if our reserve stays the same.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I don't know whether we have time, right?
Quick one, yeah.
Okay, quick, only one question. So among all these electives, anything which comes up as like a most expensive, if we cut that, let's say just for example, computer science, I'm just taking it. I think it's one that may not be the right one, but if that cost us maximum, if we take that out from the system, how much we would save it?
If we take which cost down, I'm sorry.
Okay, you have 20 electives, let's say, and the first 2 electives, which is costing us the maximum. Do we have something of that kind breakup? No. It's all connecting back to the number of personnel. That's it, right now? Can you say something which is, because this is like, just for I'm taking, you're making PCBs or something like that, which cost you a lot to run. If we take 1 or 2 of that top, like you have 10, 20 electives, first 10% of those electives, if I take it out, will we save 1 million? I mean, it is not affecting a large number of kids, but we are still, the program is being offered, but these 2 electives will not be offered from now onwards. Would it help?
Well, I would say that the most expensive electives are probably our music electives. And they cost the most with regards to the instrument costs and the competitions and that sort of thing. So that would be our music classes. I think that would be not something.
But I thought the funding is
very difficult decision.
Yeah, but the funding is different for that, right? Like a music. Yeah.
So districts still help assist funds the music programs.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think I know that is a tough question from that point, but I think that would help us also. Like instead of cutting something like this, I'm trying to see that you are reducing the offerings, but we still offer things, right? So maybe you may not have a lot of cut needed in personal, but overall cost will come down significantly if we don't offer this. So I would like to get that information if we can.
And so I appreciate that, because I think that leads us rebacking into our focus here is that the 2 options we're presenting today aren't about staffing reductions. There would be staffing reductions they really are about changing the systems. And so there is identified what staff potentially would be reduced with this, but it really is about major shifts. And you're going to have an option before you get your lunch today. We're going to do a little bit of a ranking to get feedback from you as to where do you sit with all of these options, so that staff has the direction. We know what we need to do. If you identify the highest cost savings, it would be about 5 million. If you come in with status quo and no reductions, what it sends a message to as a staff is we need to go back and find some other systems that we can generate that. Music could likely be one of those that we would have to come back to. So we would have to research other areas that have those large dollar amounts, because we're not going to be able to reach it if we just do the smaller levers. We're going to need to do some of these larger ones. And so, I think that at the beginning of the day, just setting it, this is a day of difficult conversations, difficult direction, but ultimately so that we can see where it will end and keep us afloat.
Good. Thank you.
All right, I think Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to correct our statement earlier. The question about the parcel. Last year would have been our 2nd year past the conclusion. So we're going into our 3rd year of carrying all the programs related to the parcel tax. I wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Chris.
And then, if I may I clarify the fund balance, the decrease? I think the question I want to clarify. So unrestricted fund balance currently right now for 25-26, the deficit spending and unrestricted is $5 million. That includes a one-time fund that we're receiving from the state for 25-26 of 4.2 million. If we were not to receive that one-time 4.2 million in 25-26, we would be over $9 million in deficit spending for 25-26. So what we're trying to Stacy's point earlier, the reason why we're looking at that 8 million mark is we're trying to make the proper corrections in 25-26 so that when that one-time funding also goes away in 26-27, we're not having to make additional cuts. So even though the deficit spending in the budget for unrestricted shows $5 million, there is one-time 4.2 million also included in that. That would make it a $9 million deficit spend without that. So I just wanted to clarify.
But the multi-year projection that was shown last month is still accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Can I, well, the 1%, can you repeat the number? 1% of the reserve is how much?
2.4 million.
2.4 mil?
4.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So our next potential system change wanted to talk about is our transitional TK program. And just what there, no, I should know. So just a little bit about our transitional TK program, and I won't read word for word here, but we really are what's considered a barely basic aid district. We've just shifted into the community funded. Property taxes did come in high enough, and with our declining enrollment, for us to shift out of LCFF per pupil into the basic aid. Even though we're slightly above, it did shift us into the position where with the universal TK program is mandatory to receive appropriations. So the state had come out and said that they were, as the TK program was expanding, this is the first year of expansion into the full, all 4-year-olds will be enrolled in a TK. There is no additional funding coming in for those receiving property taxes. And so a basic aid district has to require and absorb all of that cost for expanding the TK. There's no additional funding for us. So read a little bit on it. You know, unlike the LCFF funded districts that receive a proportional increase in state funding based on our average daily attendance for every new TK student, a basic aid district does not receive this general purpose state aid. Their local property taxes fully cover their per pupil entitlement, and any excess property tax revenue is capped. Again, because we are only barely basic aid, we lose out on that additional 5,545 that was this year allocated to per pupil, but we were required to offer the TK. The conversations is across the state, there's about 150 basic aid districts that were suddenly hit with not only the expansion of TK and fully funding it, but this first year of 25-26, the state also came in and said a 10-to-1 ratio. We've accommodated that with a teacher and an aide. So we have 20 students per classroom because we meet the 10-to-1 because we have 2 adults in there. So that all came at the same time in the 25-26 school year. Fully implementation of all TK, no additional funding, and a new ratio of 20-to-1. So kind of setting the tone that that's the beginning of where we are with TK. Go to the next one. So giving you a snapshot of where we are now, this is our current structure with our TK. We have full day classes with 20 students, again, with 1 teacher and 1 IA. We currently have 36 classrooms we have classes at all of our elementary schools and neighborhoods, and then also at McAuliffe as well. With this classroom setup of the 10-to-1, we meet the California adult to pupil ratio by having at least 1 adult for every 10 students. So wanted to do a little math analysis for you. Based on our current 36 classrooms and 20 students in each of those classrooms, we can service 720 students. We require 36 teachers to cover the 36 classrooms and 36 IAs. For the assumptions here and all of the assumptions when we do calculations of salary, we're using an average teacher salary of $120,000. That would be salary and burdens. And we're using the average salary and burdens for an IA as a full-time at $60,000. So you'll see the consistency of that number. So currently with our 36 TK classrooms, the district is incurring, it's about a $6.4 million cost to operate our TK classes. If we do a per pupil, being able to educate 720 TKs, that's about $9,000 per pupil. as a comparison to what we spend per pupil across our other grade levels, using the same formula of 36 classrooms, our K through 3, our ratio is at 22-1. So one teacher to 22 students. We are able to serve 792 students in 36 classrooms. We employ 36 teachers at the 120,000 at a cost of 4.3 million, which is a cost per pupil of about 5,400. Using the same formula for our 4th grade, our ratio is a 29-1, meaning 29 students for every one teacher, and 36 classrooms were able to service 1,044 students. We require the 36 teachers at the 120,000. The cost is about 4.3 million, which is a cost per pupil of about 4.137. So I share this one, just to see the difference in the cost per pupil, but also to relate back to the slide when the state came in this year and apportioned an additional $5,500 per TK student. They really can see where they calculated that money from, because there is that difference in educating a TK student versus the other grade levels. If I did the same analysis and shared with 8th grade students or 7th grade students, it's very close to, in between the two of them, it's approximately 5,000 at the 6th through 8th grade level with our ratios. So a couple options for us to consider is doing a half-day TK class. And what this would mean is that every student that's eligible to attend TK, so any 4-year-olds would be able to enroll. Students would attend a half day, and a requirement for instructional minutes for TK is 180 minutes per day from the state. With that, parents would have to find other childcare or other care after the conclusion of the day. We don't know what impact that would have on student enrollment. We would project that likely there would be some families that may not attend our TK classes, because we do know that there's definitely a need for full day programs for them. The impact of this one on staff would be, as TK students are only attending 180 minutes, roughly 3 hours, we would be required to feed them lunch. Teachers would then be on a 60% contract. They'd be employed for 5 hours per day. The same then would be for our IAs. They would only be on a 60% contract because they would be employed for the 5 hours per day. Overall, the FTE, the full-time equivalently, would decrease because teachers are on a reduced percentage. So if you apply the same formula that I shared before about the cost of a teacher, we would still have 36 teachers. We would still have 36 IAs. However, they'd be on 60% contracts. The savings as compared to our current model would be about $2.5 million. Cost per pupil would go down because, again, reduced cost for staffing. So keeping those two numbers in mind as well. Option 2 would be maintaining full day TK classes. So students would attend the full day as they do now. All eligible TK students, anyone 4 years in, would be able to register. With this model, we would limit and cap the number of TK classes that we offer. And so we use the number of 360, about half of what we are currently at for enrollment. Students would attend the full day. Staffing impacts, teachers would remain on 100% contract. IAs would remain on 100% contract. The cost savings would be because would be offering 18 classes spread across the district. Our goal would be then to have minimally 2 TK classes on a campus. We would identify and designate 9 different campuses that house the TK. The cost savings there is we're reducing IAs by 50%. FTEs, we're reducing the number of teachers. The cost per student still stays at that $9,000 because we're educating less TKers, but the overall cost savings to the district as compared to our current model would be about $3.2 million. Option 3, and I do want to take a little bit of time walking through this because on paper, it looks better than what the logistical reality of implementation would be. So this would be a split day, meaning an AM and a PM. So TK would have, parents would have, the students are attending a half day. either the AM or the PM. They would get their 180 minutes in. We would be able to accommodate all families that registered to attend. Parents would still be they would either be finding childcare in the morning if they were a PM session, or childcare in the afternoon if they were an AM session. Teachers would remain on 100% contract. They're working a full day. IAs would remain on 100% contract. They're still working a full day. The impact of that would be that teachers would have now a caseload of 40 students per day, where currently they have 20 students. So that would definitely be a change of their working conditions. On paper, there is a cost savings for this because we're reducing the staff. We would be saving about 2.5 million. There are logistical challenges for us to be able to do this because of our current contract. We have an early release day on Tuesday. With this split AM PM option, we would be required to bring substitute teachers in every Tuesday to cover the TK class in the afternoon. Logistically, to find TK substitutes that we could guarantee that could be on there. As we know, there's always challenges when we bring in substitute teachers. So that would be a concern there. Those students in the afternoon on a Tuesday would have somebody possibly different every afternoon. Beyond that, just the negotiation stage of it is that we would really have to go back to the table with our bargaining unit and talk about this change of work environment that teachers are now having a caseload of 40-1. How soon we could do that negotiation, whether it would be in place in time for next school year, we don't know that piece of it. I think bottom line is concerns that is this good for kids to have that much of a difference in staffing every week, knowing they're going to have a substitute teacher. That would be a concern. But on paper, there would be a savings of about $2.5 million. Last slide. Yeah, we can stop there. So those are the three options that we have. I will share that we ran other types of options and just logistically they were impossible to do or there were no cost savings.
Okay, thank you. Let's go in the same order then. Please.
Okay. Thank you. How much are we getting from the state for funding per student?
We do not receive per pupil funding any longer.
Okay, so
Property taxes. So our funding doesn't change whether we lose students or gain students. We still have the same revenue that's coming in. There are still some programs that are funded on a per pupil, special education, nutrition.
Yeah, the same programs.
But the bulk of our money is through, as a community funded, is property taxes.
were we being supplemented for TK like the first couple years because it was in rolling out and we lost some of that? Was there any supplemental? Trying to remember.
So there was, when we were in LCFF, there was a small amount of money that was coming in the first 2 years when we began implementing TK. But once we shifted into basic aid last year, we no longer received that additional money. And I do want to clarify, we're not losing money because we're in a basic aid. We're absolutely generating more revenue in basic aid than we did under LCFF.
So if we're earning money, and I remember I'm still seeing the multi-year projection in my head, but that multi-year projection is putting some of the money that we are generating from basic aid funding into our coffers, which is our savings, our reserve. The state mandates 3%. Why are we? And right now we're at 5%, which I understand. We're a school district growing public funds. Public funds are meant to be spent on the students. Why are we not using the funds that we are gaining from basic aid every year to help with the programs that we do have, rather than putting it into the idea of increasing our reserve.
So the board has a policy that we have the 3% state mandated reserve. The board prior had a policy that said an additional 3% on top of that. And we currently have a board policy that says a 10% reserve.
And that policy was passed before I got onto the board. Is that correct?
I believe it was 2 years ago as we shifted into basic aid.
Pass that policy. If we did, can we revisit that? Because I don't remember doing that. I think I was one.
And I am happy to share more and, may refer to Chris and Tina on some of this. As you do shift into community funded, there is definitely the expectation and need to increase your reserve because of the unknowns. As we build out multi-year budgets, we're doing it on a projection of what we expect to build from property taxes. Those numbers can change, and it is very wise for community-funded districts to minimally have a 10% reserve for those unexpected and those crises, because the state doesn't come in and cover those for you.
That's true.
Can we have a trend of the property taxes historically, at least going back 5 years?
Sure. We do.
Thanks. Because my understanding is that percentage of how much the housing value in our area in particular has been consistently kind of around 5%, but it would be good to have the data. Thank you. We can move on.
Thank you. Satish?
Yeah. Couple of questions. Is there a mandatory hours that how many we should have for TK? Like 180 minutes is like it's a mandatory, or which we are proposing?
Is it mandatory?
Yeah.
So the state says it is mandatory to offer TK classes to receive your apportionment. As a basic aid district, we do not receive the apportionment because we are receiving all our money through property taxes. Correct. So it is definitely a conversation across the state. We have worked closely with our legal counsel for the interpretation on that, and they do not believe that it is mandated because we're not receiving any of the apportionment money specifically for TK. There are other districts. I know of 2 in our close surrounding area that offer half-day TK classes, and one of them does cap enrollment on TK. There are other basic districts across the state that are not offering TK just because of the not receiving the apportionment. They've just chosen not to offer any TK, and there are others that are doing the variations of the options as well.
Okay. Half day translates into 180 minutes.
Minimally, you have to have 180 minutes if you're offering a half day, which is 3 hours. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any discussion happening on possibilities to get funding from state on this, as you know?
There absolutely is. If there had been a lot of push, one of our neighboring districts, Sunnyvale, had actually been one of the proponents and had helped write legislation. That legislation was shot down in April. To look at funding for basic aid. There is still conversation. I'm not sure where it's going to gain any ground. There's about 1,100 school districts in the state of California and about 150 that are basic aid. There's probably about 30 districts that are barely basic aid that are similar to us. And so there isn't a lot of strength. Sylvia and I were at our Schools for Sound Finance meeting on Tuesday. And that was a conversation about TK and how do we continue to push that message forward that, it is a challenge. Many of our basic aid districts in our surrounding area that had healthy reserves for years are now experiencing some of the challenges of having a declining enrollment, and their reserves are going down, and the implementation of TK.
Okay. And between this option 1 and 3, right, the difference okay, AM, PM versus half day. What's the main difference? AM, PM versus half day. Half day, the instructional time is same, right? In both the cases. And then
So half day is there is only an AM session. Everybody's attending in the morning, the 180 minutes in the morning. The AM, PM split day means there's two sessions. You have a session for 3 hours in the morning and a session in the afternoon for 3 hours. So it's double.
And 360, if 720, if we continue, it'll be 360 each.
Roughly.
Okay. So, okay. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Alon, please.
Okay, yeah, I have some question about, say, legal issue. Say, yeah, I understand we are not receiving, say, any extra money from the state for TK, but we also do not receive any extra money for K to 8 because we are basically 8, right? Okay, and so I'm wondering, say, yeah, help me understand. Say for right now for K to 8, are we allowed to say cap our size?
No, we're not. So 1st through 8 is mandatory. And so we are required to offer every student a free public education. TK is different. Again, yes, to your point, we no longer receive a specific apportionment for our K through 3 or 4 through 8 because that's embedded into the property tax. What's shifted for basic aid, for TK is it is a new program. It had never been mandated. We've offered TK classes for many years. We offered, believe we had 10 like 5 years ago. So we've offered TK classes for the last 10 years. It's just now as the state came in, it was kind of the double hit. They mandated for all 4-year-olds, and then they came in with the lower class size mandate effective as of this year. They actually didn't officialize the mandated lower class size for this current school year at 20 to 1 until last spring. Well, after many of the planning had been done, there had been talk about it, but it didn't actually come as a final mandate until the spring. So I was in meetings this summer with superintendents, and they were unaware that it had even shifted to the 20 to 1. So I don't know what they did in their budgets, but
okay,
10 to 1. Sorry, 10 to 1.
Okay, so we started to offer TK when we were in LCFF.
Yes.
Okay, and so at that time we can receive more money from the state, and
During that initial time when we were implementing TK before this full implementation, we were getting partial funding. We were only getting funding on those kids that were age 4 at that time.
Age 5.
Or age 5, sorry, age 5 at the time, correct.
oh,
So we weren't getting full funding when we were offering TK.
okay. That's interesting. So, but say even say for LCFF school districts, do they also have an option? Say, do not offer TK.
No, because they receive that additional funding. So they're
Okay,
for
but
every TK
if
student,
they choose to not receive that additional funding, do they have the option?
that would be their consequence or their penalty is if they didn't offer TK to all of their students, they would lose that per pupil dollar amount in their LCFF money. Yes. It's an add-on into the LCFF. So an LCFF district gets a set amount per pupil, and then these are considered add-ons. So there's an additional for K3. If they fall into a certain unduplicated count, there's additional funding. For TK, there's this additional $5,500 per pupil that gets added on into their base funding.
Okay, I see.
I'm sorry. One of the things that we did look at last spring is with the addition of this $5,000 per TK student, would it tip us out of basic aid and shift us back to LCFF? And it did not, but it certainly decreased our property gains in that fact. So, we were originally expecting to have a much higher revenue coming in from property taxes. We would have been a little over barely basic aid, but with that additional cost of TK, we are right minimally over barely basic aid. I think at one time, Tina calculated the difference that we received per pupil if we were to do a per pupil calculation, if we were in LCFF versus we're in basic aid. And I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it was not, I want to say it was less than $1,000. It was more like $250 per pupil if we did the calculation that way. So that's why we really do say we are barely basic aid.
Okay. So what is our current TK students? How many students?
Currently, right now, I believe we have 670 roughly. We don't have all 36 of our classes filled at capacity right now.
Say if we start to cap, so will we run into any, say, legal issue or?
We will probably have some pushback from it because we'll be questioned on that mandatory term. And so again, we have consulted with legal counsel. We have their brief on that. They would be providing us additional talking points because I do assume we would get some pushback and questions onto that. But again, it comes under, we're not receiving that additional apportionment. So therefore you can't mandate.
Okay. And say if we offer a half day, so do we still have say minimum instructional minutes?
We do. So that's 180 minutes are still the required instructional minutes for a TKer. The difference with the half day options is that meets the state requirement of the mandatory. So if there was a concern about the legal ramifications of making changes to TK, a half day, as long as all TKers are allowed to enroll, then it meets the state requirement because we're still at the 10-to-1 ratio.
Okay. Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Toby.
So I have questions on the, can we go back to option 1? Okay, so for the 60% contract, well, okay, I guess a couple questions. I'm thinking about, we got a lot of feedback from TK teachers at the beginning of the year asking for like the first couple weeks or I can't remember, first week or so to be half days because 4-year-olds like moving into that whole structured school environment was going to be difficult. So when I look at like a half day potential class, that tracks with what we're hearing from TK teachers in terms of what 4-year-olds are suited for, I guess. Is that, I guess, can I get some feedback on that? Is that still like, have we heard from TK teachers? Is that something that was positive? Is that something that, I don't know, like just, can you give me some like insight into that?
So I think anecdotally, and I did try to make it out to all the TK classes that first week or two, there was definitely positive feedback from the teachers. We actually only had the 2 first days, that Thursday and Friday were reduced days for the TKers. And then on that Monday, they went into a full day. So there was certainly an appreciation from the teachers that it just made it much smoother. Many of them did express they wish that it could be longer if we could have extended it another week or two. But just to clarify, we only had the 2 days that were reduced at the beginning. They had asked for, I believe 2 weeks was one of their asks for us.
Okay. Okay. And then with the 60% contract, is that, so I know like some of our teachers or in general, how many of our teachers do like a part-time or do like job sharing or are not full-time teachers? Is that a common thing? Is that uncommon in our district? Like what
I mean, it's not super common, but we do have staff members that share, they want to share a contract, and we do have some staff members that want to work, part-time. But that's, those are their choices, those are what they would like. So, I mean, we have, a few people on shared contracts and a few people on part-time contracts.
Okay. So it's like a handful.
Yeah.
It's not a high number.
Yeah, it's not a high number.
And then with option 3, if we could go to that slide. So I remember when my kids were in kinder, this was what it looked like, the AM PM classes. So is that, so the challenge you were pointing out in terms of the subs and in terms of the early release on Tuesday, was that because that wasn't in effect back then? The teachers didn't have an early release? And staff meeting?
One, there wasn't the early release. The Tuesdays were not in place there. The old model, and I think it may have been here my first year, may have been that, is that it would be 2 teachers. So there was 2 teachers. You had it, and I don't know if it was in this district, but it was a common model when you did an AM, PM. You had 2 teachers. So there was a primary teacher lead in the morning and the other teacher was in there to support. In the afternoon, it was flipped. When I ran the cost analysis on that, there is no cost savings to do that because you're then using 2 teachers at that 160,000 or 120,000. So there isn't a cost savings because you would still then need to have IA time to come in there to cover because teachers are required to have their 30-minute, the additional supervision. So there just wasn't a cost savings when we went to that model. Where there is a cost savings if the model is 1 teacher and 1 IA versus 2 teachers and a part-time IA.
Okay. And then with the early release time, can you just remind me what a Tuesday afternoon is? How much of a release time that is, and how is that? Is the negotiation part of it when that starts, or the amount of time, or and if that were to be shifted somehow to accommodate for that, where would that, I guess, what's the timing of that? Is it not possible, or is it difficult because of the timing of it? Is it difficult because of the negotiation of it? Help me understand that.
Hit them all on the head right there. All of them. You know, I mean, it's in the contract that they receive X amount of time to collaborate and for meetings and all that kind of stuff. So the time is in there. And so it is something that we revisit every year to try to tweak and get, you know, the best out of it. So I think it would be really, really hard to figure out how to accommodate those, you know, the ask that you're asking about in our current contract and the uses that the teachers use that for. They really value the time. So it's really hard to, you know, you're trying to put in this much stuff in this amount of time. So it will be tough to do.
If we were to go back to the table to negotiating, eliminating the early release Tuesday, then we would need to find other opportunities of how do we do the common planning time, the grade level planning, all of that would have to happen at some time because we do know that that's important for our teachers to have that time. If it had to move to outside the school day, then there would be a cost of paying the adjunct duty, the requirement of having staff attend offer. So it really would shift a lot of the work that we're doing here if we removed the one thing that we are finding we need more of, you know, all of our conversations are about time. And so if we were to remove that Tuesday early release, we're actually creating another challenge for us.
So I don't think, well, that wasn't what I was thinking in terms of eliminating it. I was questioning the time start of it. Because I think, is it 2:00 on Tuesdays right now? Is early? I don't remember.
It depends on the school.
It depends on the school. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm hearing you say is it's not so much time, it's because it's within the school day.
The teacher work day.
The teacher work day. And if we were to push it half an hour later so that the TK, so that an AM PM could be accommodated, that would cost more because it's outside of the school day?
Well, if you did an AM PM, the teacher in the PM is going to be teaching till the end of their work day, till the end of the school day. There would be no time for early release.
Oh, okay.
Because they're still teaching the full, on an AM PM split model, they're still teaching, their work day is still the 7.25 hours. That doesn't change.
But, and let me see if I can articulate what I think I'm thinking in my head.
Draw me a picture. I'm good at pictures too.
Because for the students that are not in TK, their school day is shorter on a Tuesday.
Correct.
But in this model where you're saying there's a challenge, the TK students' day stays the same.
So in the AM PM split, I'm an AM TKer. I'm coming to school at 8 o'clock and I'm going to get out at 11:30, 11:45 because I'm going to have my instructional time. I'm going to have my lunch. Then the next group would come in. Nancy is TK PMer. She's going to come in at approximately 11:30, 11:45, have lunch, and then start her time. So if there's a teacher in there, that teacher is working from that first group when they come in at 8 o'clock until that last TKer leaves at 3 o'clock with a lunch break. And so that's where we would need some additional support in that. She has an IA in there. They have an IA in there. When would that teacher have the early release on a Tuesday?
So they also have a lunch, a guaranteed duty-free lunch period that they would have to pick up as well, and the time period. So that's where the sub would come in and relieve them so they could get all the necessary things that they need to get and the planning time.
But why couldn't a TK's school day on that early release day be shorter the same way that a K through?
Because we're
5.
still required to get the 180 minutes in for a TKer.
Okay.
So we considered, would we bring all 40 of the TKers in on a Tuesday morning? One would be space, and we would still then need to bring in additional staff to maintain that 10-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Love it. Okay.
So we couldn't reduce proportionally and say, okay, on Tuesdays, 2 TKers are only going to come in for an hour and a half for AM and an hour and a half for PM.
Okay.
Because we're required to have that 180.
Because with the half day, where the 180 meets the minimum versus with our K through 5,
Yes.
they're already over the minimum,
Yes.
which is why the day can be reduced for them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. You can come back to me.
All right. No, thanks. Now I have no questions about option 3 now. It's completely clear. So thank you for that. Let's see, a couple of questions. The first one, if we go back to that slide that we model the cost of TK versus first grade versus fourth grade. So what we're modeling here is really just gen ed, right? There isn't special ed in here.
Correct.
So if I were to take the, 30-ish million, divide by 13,000 kids, and I add that in here, then it seems like the gap isn't as big, right? That's about how much we spend on speds. About, I'm thinking maybe 20-30 is what sticks in my mind. Is that too high, or is that, but anyway, but that's not in here basically. So if, it seems to me the real cost of a first grader or fourth grader should include both gen ed and special ed. Not everyone is in most aren't, but if I'm doing a per capita kind of thing, seems like a fair comparison would be to, would you not agree, or?
I'm not sure why would we include sped cost, because every student isn't receiving special education
Because
services.
we're calculating the average cost to educate a student. And I don't think if you just look at gen ed, you're only looking at part of the cost of educating the entire population, right? These are numbers on a per capita.
Yeah, this is just using a gen ed class. So every gen ed class could be different. If there is a student receiving special education services, then would you calculate the proportion of a resource teacher's time on that? But this is just straight purely comparison of 36 gen ed classes with 36.
Right. No, I understand. I just want to make sure and it's fine. We can have different perspectives. I just think if we're talking about cost per student, all first graders in the district, we should include both gen ed and special ed. The money we spend divided by the number of students, that gives a more accurate cost per student. But that's my view. I just want to make sure I wasn't misreading this, and that's fine. Second question then is around the demographic trends. I'm looking at the demographic report. I don't know if it's recent or what are we modeling here? Is there a slight decline over TK? Do we expect it to be pretty flat?
We're just preliminarily working with our demographers for the upcoming projections. TK is very difficult for them to project because there isn't that historical trend. We are looking projections over the next 5 years, very slight. I think we decrease by a few and then we slightly increase. And when I say few, like within 5 students. So it looks pretty consistent, but again, because they are difficult, because not every 4-year-old attends TK, parents are still maybe opting to keep them in preschool, where kinders are more, our projections have been more on target just because although TK technically is not mandatory, our parents do enroll our students into kindergarten.
Okay. All right.
So TK is a little bit more challenging, but if we look at our outlying years, our numbers stay fairly consistent.
And the last time we did we asked for an enrollment sort of projection report. Was that, do you remember when that was?
I believe we gave it in January
This year?
of January 2025.
Okay.
Yeah. So we usually get them, our projections, so we start working with them. We're working with them now. We get them finalized by December. So we try to bring them in January. So you have that kind of the year to year. So we're getting ready to working on that right now.
So I had some other questions on the split day because my kids also went through I think the experience yours had with AM PM, but I think we cleared that out. So I'm good. So I'll come around again just to see if any other questions. Ava, did you have anything else you'd like to ask?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
Can you remember to turn on the mic? I guess I'm wondering, when I was asking per cost, I know that we are in basic aid, not in LCFF, but if we were to take the money that we are getting from basic aid funding and we are to divide it by the number of students that we have, and I do understand it fluctuates as the year goes along, what would be the cost of revenue per student in the current basic aid funding that we have?
Yeah, I think I'd reference that. Tina at one point had shared at one of our presentations, so maybe we can find that again. It wasn't a significant difference, but we'll try to pull that number if we can find it.
Thank you. And then get back my own notes. I think, thank you, Sylvia, for asking those questions regarding the AM PM in terms of how we can serve. The options here are looking at 18 classrooms, and currently we have 36. That means reducing the number of TKs that we have. But if we do the AM PM model, does that mean, I know there's that little dance around and who's watching the kids when the teacher's having a break, and they're working the work hour. Does that mean we're not having any more students, and then we can still serve those students that are having an AM PM, right?
So all students will be served in the AM PM, and we're just using the 36 class as a reference, because as I'm looking at those outline projecting, I don't see us increasing that number of more than 36. If we lose some of the students, it would be a lower. So I just use the 36 as a general, but that would allow any student that enrolled, and it's not capping. If we did an AM PM model or a half day model, that's still open. Any TK student would be enrolled in our program. The only one that's limited is the option 2, I believe that is the cap.
Oh, when it's just AM, and that would reduce it by half then, right?
No, we would still offer the same number of classes. It would just be a half day. The cost savings there is because staff is only then working a reduced contract. But students, every 4-year-old would be enrolled in TK. All of our campuses would have TK programs. They would just be a shorter day.
Okay. I really appreciate Jerry's question about the cost of SPED. If we are looking at changing systems, it'd be good to always include special education. My understanding, it serves less students, but the needs of the students are higher and the costs are different. So I wonder if we can include that in terms of here's the cost for TK level students that we have, or like that we have for if we were talking about TK. It's just some consideration. It's not like a black hole. And the other question was the same thing about demography, like we can't, because there is another grade level before transitional kindergarten to have those estimates, but the demographer kind of does give us an idea of how many students are coming, but have we considered like maybe looking at if we are going in a direction of half transitional kindergarten and I know some parents like to have their kids in a longer day. Would we be shifting and accommodating the demands of the parents through our Cooper-Doodle program? One thing I do recognize in our Cooper-Doodle program is that the cost of enrolling it's competitive where it's more lower than the other private settings, as Cooper-Doodle is our kind of enterprise program. Where there is a pay, but I understand it's competitive enough that it's lower than what's out there.
And if I could ask, we have that on the agenda for this afternoon, so we'll have some opportunity to dig a little bit deeper
So
into
I
that
just
as well.
wanna, that's where I'm going, but
Good
that
question.
should be good. Thank you.
All right, Satish.
Yeah, I'll have some quick ones. So what are all this TK students are, or we offer only from CUSD area?
Correct. We have very few, if any, TK students that are here in a district. The only exception to that would be we do have that board policy that allows our staff members in Fremont Union School District staff members.
So, and this is let's say 700 now. And what's our case size? Is what, 1,500, 1,600?
Kinder is right at about 1,100, I believe, right now.
Okay, so most of these kids come back to as a K student for us.
From TK to Kinder?
Yeah.
I would say yes. Once they enroll in TK, they do remain in our system and stay as
remain.
Kinders.
Yeah. And the last one, parent volunteers are there for TK?
That's site dependent on what they use their volunteers for. So
it's much. What I'm trying to see this IAs versus parent volunteers.
So the TKs, they do have the IA in there, but parent volunteers is really dependent on the class and the school, how they utilize parent volunteers.
But we cannot depend only on parent volunteers.
No, they would not count into the formula of meeting the 10-to-1. They do have to be an employee to classified or the certificated.
And all TK students, they have to re-enroll for K, or they naturally move to K?
So they naturally move to K at their neighborhood schools. They could go through the same open enrollment if they wanted to opt.
But otherwise, they don't have to re-register.
No.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Lo.
Okay. Yeah, for our cost model, say showing TK is higher than first grader and which is also higher than fourth grade. I'm wondering, say, how about middle schools?
Middle school is very similar to, it fell right between the first and fourth grade. So it was about $5,000 per pupil. And I apologize, I had run those numbers. I just didn't put that on there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and another question is that to say, for other LCFF school districts, what do they provide for TK? Is that, do they provide full day or half day or so?
My general understanding is depending on the school district, they could offer it as a half day, majority offer it as a full day, and for every TKer. So every TKer is eligible.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm wondering, say, since we are in basic aid, even we are very basic aid, but still, say, our per students should be a little higher than would be LCFF. And so, and we have a big trouble by supporting a full TK. And so I'm wondering, say, what did we what did we do not right?
Well, I think we did what was good for TKers to have them enrolled in, and we're trying to, because as this began to roll out, when we first started TK, we were an LCFF, so we enrolled them in full day. We met the requirement of the ratio, which was at that point was our 24-to-1, because that's what our current contract had been for K3. So TK actually started as 24-to-1. Then when we shifted and the state shifted to the 10-to-1, that's really where the cost is coming from for us, is that 10-to-1 ratio is very different than our first grade at 22-1 and our fourth grade at 29-1. There is a huge cost shift into that piece of it. That's where TK became an expensive program. And I did want to appreciate Tina was able to go back and pull back to the questions. I think Ava had asked is what is the per pupil cost difference now that we're in basic aid versus if we were in LCFF? And it is approximately $423 more per pupil.
Can I get how much that actual cost per pupil is?
Our excess tax is about 5.4 million. So if you take that, divide that by the 13,000 students, that's how you get the 423. Are you asking what's the cost, total cost of education per student?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to pull that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a last one. Say I would yeah, when you use our say total revenue divided by our total number of students, which is at say I get a number around the $18,000 per student. Is this
So when you are looking at our revenue, remember the revenue covers the operation of a school district as well. It's not just, so it's calculated as a per pupil. So your number is probably accurate by the time we bring in all the additional funds.
You're looking at the district's total revenue.
Yeah, right.
The total revenue includes both restricted and unrestricted dollars. Maybe a better number to look at is just what is the total unrestricted revenue divided by the number of students to give you probably closer to that
I think
$12,000 per student.
Yeah, it's
I think Tina has that.
11,804 per student is the cost.
Okay, I see.
That's the cost. That's the amount of revenue per student we get.
Revenue per student that we receive.
And I think, we've referenced it many times as we've made into this shift. When we look at some of our surrounding districts, their per pupil under a basic aid is anywhere from 15,000 to 29,000 per pupil. So significant.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Good questions.
Yeah, Sylvia.
So just piggybacking on Long and Ava's questions with the per pupil, basically, essentially we're receiving from our property taxes roughly 11,000, well, not exactly $11,084 per student. But if we were in LCFF still, our entitlement would be $11,084 minus the 423. Am I doing the calculation correct?
So the 11,804 is before the excess taxes. So 11,804 is what we would receive from the state if we were receiving state entitlement. We receive an additional 423 per student, which puts it at about 12, whatever that is, per student because of the excess taxes that we receive in property taxes.
So it'd be if hypothetically, if we were in LCFF still, our LCFF funding formula would have allocated to us the $11,084. But because we're in basic aid, we're receiving about $400 more per student, which I remember you told us was like about the equivalent of $30 per week or something like that, right?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
Yeah, but I remember from a previous meeting.
Yep.
So essentially we're receiving, instead of $11,084, we're receiving $11,400 or 500.
11,800 if we were LCFF, 12,220 if now we're in basic aid.
Correct.
Sorry, say those numbers for me one more time.
11,804.
11,800, not 84. Okay, 804. 804.
And then 12,227.
227
as community fund.
Currently as basic aid. Okay, thank you. Shoot, and then I lost my question because I got lost in the math. So with the capping, I'm thinking about like how, again, hypothetically, how would the capping work? Because I'm thinking about the students that we have in our community that, you know, especially are in need and, you know, like, is it a lottery system? Is it a priority system? Would there be sibling priority like we do for our lottery schools? Like what are those things that have been like thought about?
So based on if that is the direction that you as a board chose to go, we would come back on November 13th with more of those specifics on it. We would have the ability to determine if we wanted to ensure that our unduplicated students are low, and maybe they get priority. That could be a determination. Sibling priority, that could be a determination. We would absolutely want to look at our enrollment trends to identify which schools we'd want to place the programs at. So all of that would come into, a higher level. We didn't bring any of the specifics onto those because if it's an option that you guys really are not interested in entertaining, we didn't want to provide all those details at this point.
Okay. Now I remember my other question. How is, with the half day, can you tell me about how that impacts ELOP?
So ELOP would still be a requirement. We would still be required to provide 9 hours of programming. And so we would need to work with our vendors to provide that. So if the TKer was out at noon, they would have to have the ELOP available from that time until 6. Our TK ELOP numbers are fairly low. It's not a substantial amount. We would have to work out how could we offer it, whether it'd be able to be offered on that campus. We would work with our vendors on that. But it would be something that we would need to take a look at.
So can you break it down for me a little bit more? So right now with ELOP starts at the end of the school day, but if we do so if it's a half day and they get out at noon, then there's the 2 additional hours that's kind of unaccounted for TKers that qualify for ELOP. Yes. And we'd be required to provide ELOP for those who qualify for ELOP.
Yes, it would have to start at the conclusion of their day.
It would have to start at the conclusion of their school day. Hypothetically, then, since we're looking at ELOP as a potential revenue generation model, could that also be a potential revenue generator for the TK students who don't qualify but might want to opt in?
Potentially that could be an additional revenue for us. If we're going to be offering those services for that small group of TK, it would probably be beneficial to open it up for families that needed to have after school at the conclusion of the TK day to generate some additional revenue. The one thing that we do know from parents is that when they look at the after school programming, their desire is to maintain it at the school where their child is attending school. We know that that's important for them.
Okay. It would be great to get some numbers on how many of our TKers maybe this year qualify for or are eligible for the requirement, and then
we can pull that.
Okay.
Thanks. So back, just as clarification, so for option 3, it sounded like we would need to work with our employee bargaining units so I thought I heard something when you were introducing 3. So it sounds like 1 and 2 is actionable, but 3 requires going back to our.
Yes, so 3, because it changes the workday for the teacher because they're now having a caseload of basically 40 students.
Okay.
For the day.
Okay. And then going maybe tangentially related, back to the AM/PM split that used to be there in kindergarten. What was the reason for moving away from that? Was it a more budgetary thing? Was it more of a student experience thing?
I believe there was a big shift with kindergarten, just the experience and, became, unfortunately, maybe less of the play-based and curriculum came in. And so academically, it did begin to expand as an academic. There are some districts that still operate kinders as half day.
Okay. I see. All right. The third one is there a staff preference or recommendation of the city? And it's okay if there isn't. I just want to know.
So our preference really would be as soon as we conclude here, we are going to do a little activity to gain some feedback. We did not want to at this point say what the staff preference is.
Okay.
You know, I think ours is coming in, looking at that financial piece and still trying to maintain what's best for kids.
So I understand not wanting to taint the exercise, but I'm just wondering, is there a staff, even if you don't share at this point, is there a staff preference at this point or not really? So I'm not asking for what it is, but whether or not one exists.
There is a staff preference, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, one on the, not in the, but I think the same question. I just have one just to add. I thought it's for option one also we need a negotiation, right? It's not just option
Can we bring
three.
option one back up? I don't have them in. No, option one is.
Reducing to 60%.
So what would happen if they're a 60% contract, then that would go into the HR because they would have to do reduction in staffs. So it's not negotiated. It has to come forward because currently these teachers are on 100% contract. So we would basically have to do like a reduction of their contract, a layoff of the 40%.
Oh, but the number of individuals will be there as it is, right?
The same number of teachers. It would still require 36 teachers, yes.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions from folks before we move on? And all right, well, let's continue then.
Okay, just kind of bringing us full circle back, just a reminder that these really are about those system changes. We know that they're going to affect staffing across the board, but this really has the greatest impact to address some of our fiscal needs, restore our district reserves and move us forward on that. So with that, next slide, we tried to capture the options in a more condensed form. We are going to do an activity and Erin is going to walk us through.
So for some of you, this may feel familiar. A form where you are given a set number of points. So you have 100 points. And so you give a point value to each option, anywhere between 0 and 100. The greater the points, the greater emphasis you are on placing on the direction you would like staff to further develop. So in your CUSD email, you should have received the link to the form. You can go ahead and complete. And just a reminder, the total sum we are aiming for is $4 to $5 million.
So we'll take a few minutes then to do this. Is that?
We have lunch coming in because this is just going to lead into lunch. So take your time. We didn't want you to feel like you're rushed to do this. You just don't get your sandwich till you.
Okay, so we'll do the concurrent with lunch then, and we'll.
Yes, so we are scheduled to come back from lunch at about 12:30, 12:45.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and
Needed.
adjourn the meeting till 12:30 then, and then we have lunch, work on this, come back, and then we.
What we'll do after you guys input your information, staff will go back and calculate, so we'll be able to present the results of where you are finding your ranking, because that will determine our next steps as well.
Okay.
It is anonymous. We're not identifying you individually on your ranking.
All right. Okay. All right. So then we'll go ahead and.
One clarification. So highest is 100?
Yes, correct.
It sums to 100.
You need to sum to 100. The greater point value you are assigning to each option, the greater emphasis you're placing on that option for staff to further develop.
So if three options are there, you have to, sum total should be 100 between those three.
There are six.
Between six options.
Oh,
6 options. You were doing it as a combined, so it's between
Combined,
PK and the middle school electives. You're going to weigh on all 6 of the electives and place your 100 points. The stronger you feel for that option, the higher your point allocation would be then. You could put all 100 in one option.
Okay, so all good with the assignment? 6 numbers summing to 100.
With a total sum target of $4 to $5 million.
Oh, right. 4 to 5 million. Okay, so, right. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, then we'll go ahead and go to recess. We'll come back at 12:30. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reconvene the meeting here. So presumably we've all voted, so I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Yao.
Thank you. So I appreciate everyone taking that time, and I know they had to put a lot of thought into that. So we do, what I'd like to do is again, it's anonymous. We're not going to show how each of you spread out your 100 points, but we will display on there what rose to the top under the TK options and what at the middle school. And based on that information, that allows us as staff, we can talk. Maybe if there's some clarifying questions or additional information that you may need for us to bring back for the November 13th, because again, there are a lot of details to each of those I think that we want to flush out and make sure that we have in place before you actually move forward on approving or voting in that direction. So without further ado, I'm going to have Erin, no, she's already up, brought it up. And so the first three columns are the TK options, and the last three columns are the middle school options. And so each board member had a total of 100 points. They were to allocate those 100 points across the 6 options with the goal in mind of trying to acquire approximately $4 to $5 million in savings. So if you look down at that bottom, the bolded number TK option 3, which is the split day, and AM PM, which allows all eligible TK students to enroll in the program. It does provide teachers full-time and IAs part full-time. So you can see that rose up as a higher with 29 of the total. I'm not sure what 20 average of 29 points were allocated toward this one. Moving into the middle schools, the option 1, 2, 3. If you look at option 1, which is our 7th and 8th grade students have the option of taking the second elective, and all 6th graders will have 1 elective. The average was 32 points was allocated to this. Option 2 was next in line with about an average of 13. And then option 3, the status quo, came in as the least favorable option. So based on this information, our intent would be we would come back on November 13th with additional information about TK option 3 in the split session and middle school option 7th and 8th grade option. I see Ava has her hand up.
Oh, just clarifying and reading the data here, it looks like we have points for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. And then on the bolded bottom part, it says 500 points, I'm assuming. And then I'm just clarifying, I'm assuming the other numbers are percentages because they can't be the points.
Average.
Right? Oh, average. Okay, that'd be nice too. Average points. Got it.
Thank you for that clarifying. I had to mentally do that in my mind.
I thought it might be good for us to just, if folks would like to share any sort of comments to add some context to what you see here, and requests and that sort of thing. So, Ava, would you like to go first? Or if you like a bit more time, we can.
Why are we doing this way to voting?
We asked for the input on this as a ranking system so that we could get an idea of where each board member's interest was, what rose to the top. We purposely didn't come forward with just a site recommendation. We really needed to see where the interest of the board is, because ultimately you as board members are going to vote on it. So we use this tool. We've used it in the past. It gives us a focus point for us to move forward on.
I think if we're aiming for ranked choice voting, my understanding of ranked choice voting is like we have to rank our priorities, prioritizing each of the ones, and that my understanding is like you would prioritize each, like we would have a section to prioritize TK, and then we'll have a separate section to prioritize the middle school electives. This is still voting to me because we're giving certain points, whereas ranked choice voting is more like, okay, you've got 3 options here, rank them 1, 2, or 3. You can't just ignore and put not consider the ones that are 0. So you have to consider all of them, but you have to consider like where you rank them, right? So I'm just trying to figure out the reason behind it, and if we're doing ranking, that would look differently.
Different type of ranking. Again, we've used this for several of our board decisions in the past. We also purposely didn't isolate TK ranking versus middle school ranking independently because they work together. With really the thinking that that goal of 5 million, you may have weighed in. If I take a lower cost savings in one of the TK, then I may need to take a higher option in the middle school. So we were hoping to kind of have that broad vision there as well, that they go hand in hand.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Satish, questions or comments?
No, I think this is good. I think this exercise is really, it helps, gives rather than just one direction. I think this kind of options given is good actually. So choosing the best out of this is good and understand. And I think the good part is the real impact was discussed on each of this. What's the pros and cons, as well as the money value, the financial. That really helped us to make the right decision. And I think overall, this is not going to hurt in a larger way if you take it the kits or the whatever offerings what we give. We are just doing some alteration on that, my view, and this gives more parent a choice without having much of cut from the services. So that way, I am reasonably happy with this direction. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Long.
Okay. Well, just a couple of comments and yeah, I think it's good to have those exercise. Yeah, and I would like to see for middle school we have option 4, which is that all 6th to 8th grade, and all the students have option for second electives. And yeah, and I would like to say have some dollar amount attached to that option as well, and see. Yeah.
I'm sorry, clarification, option 4 for you is?
Yeah, so it's basically option 1, but extend to 6th grade.
Oh, extend to 6th grade also. So giving 6th graders a choice.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Choice for, yeah.
Thank you.
So make it a full permutation. Those 4 options.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a point of order question? So are we, because I would love to hear thoughts behind what people ranked. Are we not doing that right now? Are we just mostly asking staff for?
No, I was kind of hoping questions and comments. So you say whatever you want. That was my intent. If that wasn't clear, we can go around to share, but certainly I had intended on sharing what I think. So,
Okay.
so it's not just questions.
Okay.
Open mic. You do whatever you want.
Because I would love to kind of hear, because I'm looking at some of the choices, I see some areas where, quite a bit of alignment and other areas where there's not. And so I'm curious because I just want to hear the thoughts and understand like a different perspective.
Yeah, we could discuss that if there are some things you want to highlight. Folks, I'm up for that. Anything to give staff more context, because I know this is pretty.
Yeah. So I guess a couple things for me in terms of like between TK option 1 and TK option 3. For me, I think I would like to just get some more information on the impact of that for staff. The 0.6 FTE versus the eliminating half of the FTE, but then the other half still get 100%. So I'd like to understand, like, I'd love to get some staff feedback on that. What would the impact be? What is there a preference for that? I understand the workload, I understand the negotiation, but like if that could just be laid out a little bit more, that would be helpful. I think also like it would also be helpful for me to understand, because the range was from 4 to 5 million, but if we don't hit the 5 million, what does that multi-year then look like? And at what point do we, what's the domino effect of not hitting 8 million in this decision-making process, and how far would that put us behind? Where else, what else is not on this list that would then maybe be coming to us as a way to maybe make that up? Or is it more of a staggered thing? Is it more of a timing thing where if there's nothing else on the list, it would just, everything would just get pushed back in terms of making us whole from a reserve point of view? I think I don't have a clear understanding of that, of the difference between maybe what's not on there versus just a timing thing. And I think for the middle schools, so like for me, like we were so excited about having the 2 electives options for all 3 grades, right? And so when I look at these, like it is disappointing that this is, you know, the area that we're looking at, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, we have been able to correct quite a few of the inequities that we saw when we first went into this launch of totally revamping middle school, right? Like before it used to, oh, I'm sorry. My mic has not been on this whole time. I'm so sorry.
I heard you.
Because it's my voice.
No, I think Superintendent Yao's mic was picking up.
That's and I've lost my train of thought. Sorry.
You're talking about meeting all those other touch points that when we looked at expending the
Yeah.
middle school work.
So, and I had to be reminded, okay, yeah, like before we launched this, we had students that only had 1 elective the whole time. And so I like that despite looking at middle school options and looking at these decisions, we have been able to right some of these inequities, like making sure that there are the option of 2 electives, rather than some students only got 1 elective the whole time that they were in middle school, and other schools didn't. And so just that's something I'm keeping in the back of my head as I'm looking at all 3 choices for the middle schools. So those are my thoughts right now.
Those are great thoughts. I think I'm going to ditto both of them. I think just to add on to what Sylvia said, well, she probably said it, I'll just say it again, is it'd be good to see, you know, what an $8 million curve will look like, 7 million, 6 million and all that. What are the consequences of not, of not hitting? And then also your point is to middle school. When both of my girls went through middle school, we only had 1 elective, and there were other places in the district where they were getting 2 electives. And that, you know, that's for me, you know, addressing some of that equity issue for me is important. I know, you know, we can talk about the history or whatever, but I like where we ended up with this. I feel like option 2 is like a case of option 1. And so it's actually, you know, for me, interesting to see what the demand is out there for the second elective if we did something like that. On the TK, you know, I like option, you know, where we ended up with option 3. I guess my question asked would be, you know, it says it's capped at 720. So what if we had 730? Are we really not going to have the last 10? And so I was kind of hoping maybe there's an option of sort of like option 3, but not without a cap. So I really dislike the notion of a cap. And so if there's a way to do it so that it's not a cap, that whoever wanted to get either eligible or they wanted to enroll, we could support them. Because that would be nice. So
if I may clarify, the only option that put a cap on the students is the TK option 2. Option 1 and 3, we're using the hypothetical numbers of what we know as a projected number. So if we were to have 740 TKers, they are all going to be admitted in. They were just, the numbers are based on, we just used a standard, that 720 because of 36 classes. So if we go half day or split day, any TKer that comes into the district would be
so
well to enroll.
Intent for option 3 is not to have a cap.
It does
That's
not,
sort of an example.
So you know, it says
capped.
Sorry. We'll correct that.
Okay, all right, so those are, and again, I want to thank staff for putting together this. I know there's a whole myriad of complicated choices, and I think, boiling these down to some of the key drivers, just appreciate you putting that together. So it's very easy to understand. I think I also want to mention, though, that this is the first time we've seen this, and I can imagine over the next, week or two, we may be hearing from community members. And so that would also inform my thinking too. But I think where I am today is, I'm happy with the vote results, I guess. Does anybody want to share after what Sylvia? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Board Member Liu, yeah, sorry, I got a little confused. I thought we were doing like, oh, we'll do questions first and then we'll do comments. I agree with you, Board Member Liu, that I don't like the idea of having a cap. I mean, literally says cap on there. I like this option because we don't have to make cuts, and it sounds like we're still going to be able to provide services for the community. And that's the other part that I want to continue, is providing services for our community going forward. And the same reasons we were talking about. The other one for middle school, I like the idea, and I didn't mention it before, but I had it in my notes, the same thing that Board Member Zhao was saying about an option 4. I mean, there isn't one that's on there, but it's basically option 1, where 7th and 8th grade students may have choice if they want to do a second elective, but like for 6th grade students, to take an elective as a choice. I'm debating between that and just 6th grade students having to take an elective, because being a teacher, I want a student to keep in mind of being balanced, and maybe sometimes some people or families may not want to have an elective class, and something that's not non-academic. So a student, when being mindful that a student's workload is balanced, so that they're not always stressed or doing academics. But I'm okay with 1 because there's that choice, and I know that brings not as predictable numbers, since families are making that choice, but having that choice is helpful, because I think that actually gives more equity, not equality, but there is a choice. And if someone feels like, oh, I need to brush up on my academics, I can take 2 more heavier elective classes, or I can go, I'm really stressed out, I can take classes that are a little bit more the non-academic electives. Because, I think some schools offer like introduction to computer programming versus like an art class or a metal class or something. So I am glad to see the results as 1. In terms of personnel, I think it sounds like it's a certification. It could be a certification and shuffling of employees based on like the electives and stuff, because it sounds like those who have multiple subjects are teaching that will elective choice class will have to find their courses somewhere else. Thanks.
Thanks. So anybody else, anything else to add? Okay, I think we're good there then. Anything please, Sylvia.
Yes, so again, so I understand the process. You guys are coming back. Are you coming back with everything, or you're eliminating something based on this, or everything's still on the table, or?
We are
What-
coming back with additional information on the 2 options that rose to the top. So TK option 3, the split day, and the middle school option for 7th and 8th. With that, based on Long's request, we will add the information of what that would look like if we opened it up and made it optional for 6th graders. We would have a cost analysis, off the initially, I know it's going to be somewhere between status quo and and the option. So I relatively know where we'll fall on that, but we'll bring back out. So we have work to do under the TK option 3 that in the next 2 weeks, we will vet out some of that to bring out additional information. At this point, our focus will be on these 2 options, the TK option of split day and the middle school of optional 7th and 8th that we will be bringing back to the November 13th for further discussion.
So I guess then my ask, or maybe to the board, to the rest of my colleagues, is I'm looking at TK option 1, and I do see interest, from a majority of board members. And so I'm wondering if the board would also be interested, because I would be interested in getting some more information on how option 1 would play out.
Interest from the board on fleshing out
So then,
TK1 also.
can I ask one thing? Then if that's the case, should we be doing, middle school only 1 is really different, right? So you're saying 1 and 2 kind of like, means like the first 2 you want to compare with, Sylvia, if I can understand?
1 and 3.
No, the first top 2 points, like, not the options. I mean, the 17 and 28 in this case, the column 1 and column 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But if I'm the only one, then that's fine. I do see the point difference between the 29 and the 17, so I acknowledge that. But I would like to see how that 0.6 and what the repercussions of that and how that would work, and whether. And again, I do want to get some staff feedback on what that would look like compared to eliminating positions and having 100%.
At least from the I think how people have ranked it, there is a big difference between multiple things. Okay, so that means clearly we have a different of opinion in each of this. Only very few we have, at least a couple of things we have very consistent things. The rest, the ranking looks 1 is 0 versus 50 kind of things. There are some line if you take it. So any specific, should we be talking anything on like why I think it is 50, not per se saying that why I'm 50. Yeah, but why I think it's high and it's low. I think that should we discuss, or I don't know. I do not want that, but I'm okay to open it up for that, because I see that middle school options, for example, the 13 option 2, there are 2 ranks with the 30s and other things are all 0. Okay, so that means majority goes for it, but still the other 2 things that whoever it is, there's a big difference.
I think from a staff perspective, I would be very open to bringing back some additional open to TK option 1. TK option 3, I do have some reservations still as for the implementation of it. And so in this case, I think we do need to consider 2 options in case option 3 cannot be vetted out. That is the one option that is negotiable, but also has some of those logistic challenges that we are going to have to determine whether we can how we will overcome them. So I think it would be good in that sense to keep both of those coming forward for your discussion.
Yeah. So just to conclude my think here opinion, should we be in the next time when you're bringing the top 2 options on both, we should be considering, and the last is anyway we can ignore. 1 is 6 and 1 is 3. Probably just drop those 2. Don't come up with even the other options. But should we be considering 2 options for each of that and again looking into that? Or I understand from TK perspective, you said that the practicality of it from your perspective, but middle school's thing also, should we be looking into 2 options?
So when I look at option 1 and option 2 for the middle schools, they really do go hand in hand, because you as a board could elect option 1 where it's optional, and it could still result in all 7th and 8th graders taking 2 electives. If they opted into it, they're going to get it. So they really do blend together.
Okay.
And I would be good. I think, 3 of these the majority of the board has voted 0 on them. 0 tells me there's 0.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So
yeah, even if it comes back, I think it'll be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So, what is it at right now?
I think we're bringing back TK1, TK3, and MS1. That's what I'm hearing.
That's my understanding.
I mean, I feel uncomfortable in bringing back TK option 1 because, I mean, have we had this conversation with the impacted teachers that are going to be impacted TK teachers? Or so that's a question. I guess I hear some hesitation amongst us just because it's us seeing this for the first time today rather than having it when the agenda first came out on Monday. So and I think that's why we had also more questions than usual. I mean, I had definitely a lot of clarifying questions than usual just because this is our first time seeing it. I do appreciate Superintendent Yao taking time out of her day to meet with each one of us when an agenda comes out, and so that we're able to ask some clarifying questions before coming to the board meetings and having it in a public setting. But yeah, I would hesitate bringing back TK option 1 unless we've had a conversation with our employees themselves, since they are the ones directly working with our students. I'm definitely for sure okay moving forward. And it's not locked in or anything like that, but for TK option 3 and the middle school elective option number 1, just because of the votes that we have. And I do want to support what would the budget look like if 6th grade students had an option of taking an elective or not. And then also keeping in mind of how many, if we're still going to meet our instructional minutes, since it went from, I think it was 63,000 down to 54,500. If we were to do that, like, because if the minimum is 54,000, then it's kind of like at the cusp. I know in general, like being in the school system, we typically are doing more hours than what's required by the state, but I just want to make sure that we maintain it. So, I mean, this is not a final decision. That's why we're not voting publicly. But like, in terms of research, finding more about the ones that we voted for, I agree for researching more, but I hesitate researching more option 1 if we haven't had that conversation. Even it's going to be a change of working conditions.
Stacy, can I address something with that?
Absolutely.
We wouldn't traditionally talk to the employees affected because we actually don't know which employees would be affected because of the bumping that would happen in a reduction. So we can't say it's going to be Mike Gelber, the kindergarten teacher, Stacy Yao, the TK teacher, until we pass a resolution, and then you talk about the ramifications of the layoff. So we wouldn't, that would not be what we would do in a layoff situation. We would not talk to those employees directly and get their input.
Well, no, I mean, it's not in that, like, credentialing wise for someone to teach transitional kindergarten.
You have a multiple subject credential, and you had to have either the ECE or you were grandfathered in because you had taught it in the past. So we have probably a whole slew of elementary teachers who could teach TK, and some TK teachers who were hired prior to some of the new employees who may not get bumped. They may get bumped out of that job, but still have rights to another job. So we can't personalize it at this point because we have to go through the process first to see who is actually affected by it. And then after it's done, then we would bargain the effects of the layoff.
So I have a clarifying question regarding credentials. Probably because I thought to teach transitional kindergarten is to have an ECE credential, but you're telling me if you've taught it in the past with a multiple subject credential,
Yeah.
you can teach, if you've taught, I
want to say if it was
if you taught
before,
kindergarten that you can teach it, or you've taught
if,
transitional kindergarten, because I don't think we've had that
if you've
until
taught if you've taught any early childhood prior to that, I think it was 2015 or 2017, you're grandfathered in. You don't have to have the ECE requirements. And everybody that now gets the ECE requirements has a multiple subject as well. So if they've been teaching TK for 2 or 3 years, they're going to have seniority over somebody who's new. Then they might just be a elementary teacher, and we don't know how they're going to end up until we go through the whole layoff process. So I couldn't go to these elementary or the TK teachers and say, what do you think of this? This might happen, because in a layoff, it's not people, it's positions. And so it's not, that's out of the ordinary.
Well, this would affect specifically transitional kindergarten positions.
But it would be positions, but these 36 teachers that are holding these positions
Mhm.
may or may not be the ones that actually go through
Right.
the process,
That's-
because those TK teachers could be their higher seniority. They could go back and teach a kinder first, second,
Right.
third, fourth, fifth. They're going to bump somebody
Right.
else down. So it's a whole process. It's not that these 18 teachers are the only
Yeah,
ones.
so
that-
when
or
you're
36.
doing layoffs, you're not addressing people by name. You're just addressing a position because they still have entitlements based on their years of experience or other credential or, seniority. So that would be kind of putting the cart before the horse to talk to those folks, and pretty irregular.
I see what you mean by that. I mean, and that's the thing, is I'm not trying to go into negotiations, but like in terms of numbers, if we're trying to make decisions, maybe it would be a good idea to look, okay, if the regulation is if you've taught transitional kindergarten before the year 2015, which is 11 years ago, you would be able to teach TK on top of those who would have your ECE credentials, right? So in looking at that, it would affect that X amount of personnel. If that's affecting that, it would be good for, and we're not talking and because it's for that position based on their credentials. How my ask is, how many people would that affect? Because if for those X amount of people, just say X, they can teach that, or they want to teach it at 60% versus but also if they then, or the other option you're saying, if they don't want to reduce down to 60%, then they can teach full-time at a different grade level.
I mean,
So there's an entire process
Yeah.
that happens.
Right.
It's not a simple where who bumps who, because if you bump but you deny it. So that is part of the whole process of the layoff. It's not as simple that we can bring a list and say, here's the 80 people that it's going to be affected by. That is part of the process that you work through. And there's different phases of it. It doesn't happen in one swoop. We would identify the initial people that would be affected. They have the ability to say yes, no to bumping based on their decision. Then it generates another, and generates another.
Okay, I'm not sure if what does it mean when you're saying bumping? Because like my understanding, like
I may
like
have
it's in
seniority,
certain
so I have
positions.
right.
Seniority is
remain to a
different than
position.
bumping, I think.
bumping happens because of seniority. So seniority is your first date of paid, in your first date of being paid as a teacher. That's when your seniority date is. So my seniority date is here because I started 3 or 4 years ago. Chris's seniority date is down here because he started 3 years after me.
Mhm.
I will always have seniority and rights to a position before Chris does
Mhm.
because I've been there longer.
Mhm.
So if I get bumped because people ahead of me have more seniority, I move down the list. And then as I move down the list, the people who are below me move down the list until there's no room, and then I'm off the list. And I can take the layoff, and this is a whole nother thing, but that's bumping due to seniority. There's bumping because I have a different credential. There's bumping because I have special training, and all of those things have to be incorporated in because we have the seniority list with everybody's credentials and their extra trainings. And I'm going to do a class on this in a few weeks for you guys, so we can talk about this. But that's why we don't ever stick. We don't say Susie's going to get laid off, Johnny's going to get laid off, so forth, because we have to go through this whole thing. And like one layoff could potentially influence 6 to 10 people based on the seniority and credentialing. And that's why we try never to say, hey, Susie's going to get bumped or Johnny's going to get bumped. It's we're going to lose a TK position. We're going to have to lose this because of lack of funds or lack of work. Those are the two reasons why you can lay someone off.
So I may ask to revise my recommendation, and maybe we stay with bringing back TK option 3 because there seems to be the larger number. TK option 1 is always available if we needed to come back and revisit. There really isn't any additional information we would probably bring back on TK option 1 at the next meeting. The information that it's there pretty well clarifies it. It's always there if you choose to, but I think for the staff, that TK option 3 is what's going to take us some time to bring back the information in 2 weeks. So, these options are still out there. It's just as a staff, we're going to focus on what information specifics we need to bring back. If on November 13th, you decide that you want to bring back TK option 1, we can discuss it. But I think we have all of the information available that we would need to have that if that came up.
Okay.
If that makes it a little bit simpler.
President Liu, I just want to say a thank you. Thank you both for the time to explaining. Sometimes when I ask questions, not because I don't know, it's to help the public understand these terms. I mean, I'm very familiar with these terms. I'm just asking so that the public understands when these terms are being used, that they understand what it means. So thank you.
Maybe I'll just add, since Sylvia brought it up, I'll add a +1 to her request. I understand what you just shared. I think, the numbers on these, the error bars are pretty big just because, we've only seen these for a few hours. And I just feel like the more information I have, generally a better decision I can make. And so for me, it's too early to be throwing things out. But, I understand what you just said. So my 2 cents.
So as you're bringing back more information on option 3, I'm curious, I am concerned about workload for, with 40 students. I'd want to understand like assessment time, that kind of stuff. As you're doing your research and coming back with information about how that would be incorporated into what that schedule would look like.
And
and I just want to have a clarification question. Say, next time we will still have those options, but some of the options will have more information.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And also plus the middle school option 4.
Yes.
Right.
So I envision when we come back on November 13th, we may re-show this slide right here as kind of our entry into our conversation. So it doesn't disappear. It's still there. We'll just elevate those that came up higher in the ranking so that we can go into more depth and continue the conversation.
Thank you.
Right. I think we can continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the board. I know that it is always hard on that first impression when you see them, but I think the conversations were good. Happy to bring back additional information and continue the discussion. So the next one is kind of shifting back into that mode of another form of cost savings that really is that fourth element when we talked about our stabilization plan and really trying to recognize and value our employees and then look at an option when a district is in a position where they're going to do some reductions. Is there some way to offer to our employees who are nearing that retirement stage, who maybe already have decided to retire, and this is an added benefit, are those that are really in that decisive time, like, should I retire now or should I not? It's a way to recognize our employees that have been committed to our district, to let them go off into their retirement and enjoy those golden years, but also to have a cost savings and really on the threshold that you replace employees at a lower salary than you do more of your veteran teachers. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and he's going to walk through what we are going to ask the board to approve at another time to offer to our employees.
All right, thank you. Okay, this is, you've already seen this, just to give you a little background, and Stacy kind of alluded to it. But the 3 points of savings for the early retirement happened with the attrition, the natural attrition, replacing employees with lower salaried employees, and then eliminating higher salary employees to reduce the number of positions otherwise needed to achieve the savings. Next. All right. So the options that we came up with, and we're going to discuss, the potential savings, are a SERP for 55-year-olds or plus who have worked in the district for 5 years or more. And that would be 60% of their retiring salary. And then there's benefits for 5 years for 55 or plus who have worked in the district for 5 years. They would get benefits for themselves for 5 years after their retirement. Next, please. Okay, this is what we're all waiting for, I assume. There are 475 employees from all the groups, CEA, CSEA, SEIU, and management, that fit into these categories. And this also includes our employees, because I know last year there was a lot of questions about why weren't part-time employees included. And so we looked at including any employee that has 3 hours or more. And so the thing that's a little bit different this year that we're looking at is they must retire from CUSD by June 30th. Last year it was they had to retire in either STRS or PERS. And we rethought that after we had talked with our consultant, and we thought, well, if this, in order to get as many people interested, because at 55, you still, if you retired, you could potentially work more if you wanted to. And if I had been a career teacher or a career principal and I had to retire in STRS or PERS, then I would not be able to go into another teaching job, because I'd be retiring in the same retirement system again. I'd be working in the same retirement system. So we said, you must retire from CUSD. That way we still gain the savings that we want, but it would allow me, if I wanted to keep working, I could go to another district and get a job. And so it's a benefit to the district, and it's a benefit to the retiring employee. So if our eligible employees, not all 475, but I think it was 30% is what they said, Stacy?
25 to 30.
25 to 30% of our employees, of these 475 employees, took the incentive. We could have an annual savings of $1.1 million annually. And they figured over 5 years, because the SERP, it takes 5 years to pay off the SERP for those employees. So that's why they average it. So, it's over a $5 million savings over 5 years. I don't think there's another slide. Any questions?
Yeah.
I don't have any questions right now. Thanks.
So I have a question. Can you go to the previous slide, please? So here, when you say the situation, when you say that someone leaves, someone takes this option,
Yes.
and leaves after 55, and they join Santa Clara.
Yes.
Okay, so still CUSD pay for what all we pay while they are working there, because their medical and other benefits will continue to get from there anyway. Still, we would be paying over and above.
It's only for the SERP. because we wouldn't pay their benefits if they went to another place, would we? I didn't think, they would have those benefits at their new place of employment. But the SERP is set up in an annuity, and they get a monthly payout. So ultimately, if their monthly payout was 1,500, they would get the 1,500 on top of the salary that they're getting from the school district, and that's why it's a good plan for them.
No, this is like a 60%. Like, let's say somebody's earning 100K, 100,000. So 100,000, that is 60,000, right? 60% means 60,000. 60,000 will be divided over 5 years.
It's option. So each employee selects that. Minimally, it's 5 years, but you could also do a 6-year, 7-year,
Yeah.
8-year, 9-year, 10-year, or over the lifetime. So
Yeah.
It's individualized to each. Minimally is at 5 years or so.
No, but is it a 60% of that total, or every year 60%?
60% of this year's salary. So if you're at 100,000, it's 60,000 divided over
Divided.
how many years you take
Yeah.
it. So
Okay, I think that's clear. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks. Long.
Okay, say, if someone choose to early retired, and when do they receive that pension immediately, or do they still need to wait for, say, 60 to receive?
No, it's not really a pension.
Okay.
They have to retire from STRS or PERS to get their pension. This is like if I bought a tax shelter annuity for myself and I added into my annuity. This is basically what we're doing for them. We're giving them 60% of their ending salary. They're going to go off into the sunset. They're going to get paid a monthly payment from the SERP, and we're going to hire somebody this is where the savings is. We're going to hire somebody that's way further down on the salary schedule at the beginning of their career, and that's where the money savings is. Because we will
fill that vacancy. We have that option.
Yeah, yes.
So these savings are based on refilling every position. If somebody retires, we're filling the vacancy. So what will happen is, in all likelihood, we may see a higher savings because some of the positions in likelihood we wouldn't fill. They may fall into the crossover of some of the staffing that we've already talked about that will need to be reduced. So they may be also on that retiring. So there could be some additional savings.
Yeah, and the good thing is, if I was on the list to be bumped out of my position because I was low on the seniority, if Chris takes the early retirement, I could possibly move into Chris's job, and it saves the district from having to lay me off. But I'm still getting the savings of not rehiring an extra position. I mean, that's what we talked about with mitigating some of the layoffs as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So
So I'm not totally sure I understand. Maybe between option 1 and option 2. What was the cost savings between the two? Is that on the other side?
So we haven't figured the cost savings was all with the SERP. There's still a potential savings with somebody who takes the benefits, but we don't know, we don't have any data to say how much is that going to be to come up with. So it would be for every person that took this, we would have a potential savings based on who we hired back. So we would again shoot for somebody that had less years, lower on the salary schedule. So we really save with salary at that point.
We're not necessarily saving on the health cost because a new person was going to come in and still have the health
Still have the
care,
same
but
benefit.
we're going to save on the salary for those.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at option 1 and option 2, you're not asking us to.
No, those are both.
Those-
Those are both that we.
Okay,
for the
okay.
employee.
Oh, yeah. Good
Okay,
question.
all right. Okay, that's what I thought, but then I was like
Great clarifying question.
making
Yeah.
sure. Okay.
Last year, we offered these two options to employees. Again, we had a fairly low number. Majority did take the SERP. We had very few that took the health option.
I see. Okay. And then last year when we did it, it was at 60 years old.
60
right?
years old, yeah.
And so the difference between last year and this year is lowering it to 55 years old, but this is not an ongoing, this is a this year opportunity, I guess,
Yeah.
right?
That was one of the reasons when we sat with our consultant is there was more savings to be made at 55 than there was at 60, because a lot of the people that were 60 last year already went out. So there's more people in this 55 range. So that's why there's more money to be saved in this range. And
Okay.
that's why we chose this range.
Okay. And then I'm just thinking, like, so if for any employees who are trying to decide and making a decision or trying to plan for this, and let's say they're 56 years old right
Yeah.
now, this is the time to make that decision, because next year is the 55 age decision just for this year, or is it, and then does it go back to 60 next year, or
No,
are
this
we-
is
this is a-
this year's option. So by expanding down to 55, our pool is much larger. In all likelihood, we would not be able to offer it next year because there wouldn't be the cost savings. We've kind of depleted our pool of eligible. So we look at this on a year to year. We're fortunate that we can offer it this year because we didn't have a lot take it last year. But if we get the expected 25 to 30%, that's a pretty large group of that pool. We're not sure if we offered another year, it would generate, or would we be able to offer it at the 60%, or would we next year, we would have to look at offering at maybe a lower percentage. So we only say, it's this year. We can't guarantee if we would offer this again next year.
Okay, and so that with messaging would be a part of this as well.
Yeah,
Right.
it's there are a lot of people excited about this, and we believe that it's going to be pretty successful. Last year, we rolled this out way further in advance, so people are asking a lot of questions. They are very interested in it, and we feel like we're way ahead of the curve this year.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. See, my first question is around maybe the process and how the plan was designed. So is there a numerical target, either people or dollar savings we're shooting for? And then the rules for, because this is a model with all these different parameters, at 60% and 5 years and all that. So I was wondering, did we do that first and then the savings just fall out of that? Or do we say we want to try to get so many people to sign up or get so many savings and then tune the model for that? What are we optimizing for?
So you asked two questions. So we'll go with we gave them, the consultants, several different scenarios.
Okay.
We said 40%, 50%, 60%, 60 plus at 10, 55 at 10, and then they put them all together. And then they came back with a cost analysis. We go into the computer, we give them all the employees in this parameter that makes them 55 and 5 years of service. And then they figured it all out by then. They came back, presented to Stacy and I, and showed us where the highest cost savings were. And as far as what's the bar, we still need to kind of figure out what's going to be the best scenario for us,
okay,
as a district.
As we were building out the stabilization plan, one of the numbers that we were looking at was trying to accrue $1 million savings per year for the next 5 years with the early retirement that we could build into the
So
stabilization.
that's the minimum target that we're hoping to get. Okay, thank you.
And we had them figure these things for us very conservatively, so at its most conservative with, there's 475 people. And we assume that 30% of them would do it. We could have said 50% of them. So we tried to be very conservative. So we would give us the best chance to be successful.
And so the intent is that anybody who's eligible, who applies, will be accepted. Will we have concerns like all the geometry experts leave, or do we kind of handle that somehow?
Yeah, I think that's one of the questions that actually was asked by our consultant. What if all 475 people take this option? we would generate more savings, but we would also have a whole of 475 employees to fill.
But the intent is anyone who applies gets it. There isn't a further vetting by the administration. Okay. If you qualify, you can,
Yeah.
okay. And then, okay. And then I guess I'm looking at this 55 and then, the one on the right and then getting benefits for 5 years. So I can understand if you retire at 60 and you get 5 years of benefit, that takes you to a Medicare.
Yes.
Right. But at 55, then you still have that gap. So was that something that consultants brought up in terms
No.
of people concerning about that gap?
This is going to have to be one of those personal choices.
Okay.
I looked at it from several perspectives. You said if I make $100,000 and it's 60%, I'm going to get $60,000. So you figure I just throw out $20,000 a year for benefits for you and you and your one. So it's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Well, I'm not going to make it if I'm under 55 or if I'm under 55. So you got to decide which and then maybe they go, well, maybe it's not the right time for me to retire. Or they say, I'm going to get 60,000 and I'll go to work in Santa Clara or something. So it gives them a lot of different options.
And to extend the healthcare to cover 10 years if they were 55, just with so many unknowns and the extraordinary rising costs of healthcare, so it would incur
Okay.
a cost to the district.
Model wouldn't work. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Those are my questions. Anything else from the board? If not, then you're just.
We'll bring it back on November 13th with an actual formal agreement. Then we'll begin to start promoting it.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Cooper Doodle.
All right, let's revert back and talk about where we can get some of our revenue and our expenses. And so I know that last spring we had brought Cooper Doodle forward. Our director, Michelle Herridge, had shared some of the background on Cooper Doodle. So we didn't bring a lot of that information forward. Again, because our lens today is about fiscal, we are going to just present over the view of Cooper Doodle since its implementation 7-8 years ago, where we are with our revenue expenditures. And then again, we have some different options for you to consider. And Chris is going to lead us through this one.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the next slide. Before we get into the numbers, and I'll ask Tina to kind of help share this information, but you've seen this before. We've given you basically a look back in time as far as what has been the year-to-year financial picture from what we started the year with, how much revenue we generated in 1 year, what we spent that year, and if there was any money at the end of the day. I will also preface that as we implemented Cooper Doodle 7 or so years ago, I think we all knew that the long-range intention here was to make this an ongoing revenue generation type of program. But understand that to make an assumption this is an ongoing revenue assumption program, that you have to take into consideration some basic assumptions, right? Obviously, you have annual costs. Those annual costs increase potentially every year. So since this program relies solely on enrollment and tuition, this program doesn't benefit from any other revenue that comes in. If our expenditures remained exactly the same, that would assume that those costs don't increase. The only increases to your bottom line would be is any cost savings in that particular year or any increases in revenue. And then consequently, for a long-term viability look at Cooper Doodle, annual revenues would need to continue to increase at a pace greater than the annual expenditures. So I think that is probably one of the things that I think the board should be looking at, because this is only a look at the past and what the current year budget goes forward. So when we get to the options and you look at it, you may be wondering or wanting to ask, what does the next couple of years look like? Because to maintain financial viability, one, you have to either assume that costs aren't going to go up, enrollment may change, staffing costs may change around enrollment, and whether or not we are charging more for tuition, that will be the driving force of how much more or how little we're able to grow the bottom line. So right now, when you look at the current model for the current year, we're projecting basically to cover all of the expenses. And that would include those other costs like the indirect cost, as well as the facility costs. So in a way, we're basically covering all of the costs of the program. And that assumes today that expenditures and staffing costs don't go up the following year. And that right now presumes that there aren't any tuition increases for next year. But I think from a programmatic standpoint, that's something that we have to look at year to year. So with that, I'll turn this part over to Tina. She can kind of highlight and summarize the numbers from the past to kind of, again, reorient everybody in terms of how we ended the year. So Tina.
Thank you, boss. All right. So for Cooper Doodle, as Chris mentioned, we started in 2018, 2019. And for the first 5 years of the program, we recognized that it was kind of in startup mode. We weren't expecting it to generate any additional revenue towards the general fund. So for years 2018 through 22, 23, basically all revenue and expenditures remained in this fund, and we allowed it to basically get going. It did not begin to pay back indirect costs until year 6, which is 23-24. But in 23-24, it did pay back all indirect costs going all the way back to 2018-2019 and basically caught up on all of its indirect costs. At that point, it also began to contribute to the general fund. So in 24-25, there was a $170,000 contribution to the general fund in the 24-25 fiscal year. And this year for 25-26, our current projection, as Chris mentioned, is that it will bring in $2.3 million in revenue. Its expenditures are about $2.3 million. It will balance, it covers all of its costs, but those expenses do include, for the first time, $351,000 for facility use costs that have not been charged in the past, and an additional contribution to the general fund of $63,000. So in 25-26, if you just look at the revenue expense, it just doesn't tell the whole story. You do need to recognize that it does cover the facility use costs and a contribution to the general fund. Anything else you want me to add, boss?
No, I mean that kind of gives you, again, what the current picture is today. And then as we ask the board to look at these 3 options, I just want to preface that you may be also wanting to understand what maybe the next year looks like. Because next year, assuming, if we make an assumption that costs aren't going up, and I don't think that's a realistic assumption to make, because we know that there are salary cost changes and there are programmatic changes. So then consequently, for it to stay on par, we would probably have to make sure that tuition increases to help offset those additional costs. And so right now, we're not showing you yet what 26, 27 looks like, but I think that is something that I think you would want to understand if there's an option going forward beyond this year. So maybe we can go to the options, and I don't know, Stacey, do you want to review the options, or do you want us to review the options?
We can go to the next. So really looking at 3 different options for you to consider. One would be status quo, and that would mean we continue to operate the Cooper Doodle at the Meyerhold site. We currently have 4 classrooms. We would continue to charge the lease amount towards Cooper Doodle with the intent, hopefully, that we fill those 4 classes and can generate whatever income we can as a profit. The option 2 would be recognizing that it hasn't generated necessarily revenue that the original expectation had been, and was implemented back in 2018, and we would close the program at the end of the 25-26 school year. That space would become available for lease for another outside organization to come in and lease. The third option, again, we put this option not knowing where we were headed in our earlier selection, is continuing status quo or expand pending the implementation of TK. So the thinking here is, depending on what decision we fell into TK, was there an opportunity that more TK families may take advantage of the Cooper Doodle that would allow it to generate some revenue? You know, based on your option that rose to the top in the TK of a half day, a split day, could parents then that are only utilizing the AM portion of PK take advantage of Cooper Doodle or vice versa, the afternoon one? So that's where that option came, kind of the unknown of, do we continue to explore some opportunities to generate some of the additional revenue?
Okay, all right.
Up for questions and comments.
All right, let's start our questions. Ava, would you like to go first?
Yes. Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to my notes. It's a question going back asking about the paying back the indirect cost. So it kind of went kind of fast and might have missed it. The 170,000 that's going back to the general fund last year, is that paying the indirect costs since we started the Cooper Doodle program?
So the $170,000 is actually separate from indirect costs. So the 170,000 was a direct contribution to the general fund. It also covered its indirect costs as well.
So how much of the 170,000 is the indirect cost?
So the full 170,000 was not indirect costs at all. That was 100% contribution. Additionally, on top of that, it covered 171,000 of indirect costs on top of the $170,000 contribution for a total of 350.
So maybe to clarify, annually, subject to availability of funding, each program like this would be assessed in indirect costs. So in the 1 year that we recouped prior year indirect costs, those indirect costs weren't levied in those particular years. Now, this one particular year that Tina's referring to, the expenditures for that year reflect that year's indirect cost. In addition to that, there was the payback of the contribution. Right.
So in 23-24, basically it paid back all of its indirect costs from all the previous years. So in 23-24, it paid back over $600,000, and that included all of its indirect costs from 2018 to 23. So basically then in 23-24, it also covered its own indirect costs as well as paid back that previous year's indirect costs. And so basically that caught it in 23-24, it was 100% caught up on all previous indirect costs, and now it's beginning to contribute to the general fund moving forward. Basically, it had to pay back all of its startup costs to begin with, and then moving forward, then it could start contributing to the general fund, all while now also still paying its annual indirect costs annually as well. So in 24-25 was the first year since it had paid off all of its indirect costs. In 24-25 was the first year where it actually paid its indirect costs of 171,000, and then additionally on top of that contributed to the general fund by $170,000.
Okay, to clarify what was given, Chris was mentioning that from 2018 to 2023, the indirect cost was about $600,000. Of that $600,000 in the year 2024 and 2025, that was like $170,000. And then on top of that, at that point, we were grossing more so that we made $170,000 contribution to the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay. So Cooper Doodle is one of our enterprise programs. I see it as it provides education, but if we're going to be talking about funds and revenues and expenses, like it would be nice to see the generated revenue without going to the general fund as part of the profits, because it is, I mean, we are making that money. Eventually it will be used for general funds or whatever the district direction. So it's nice to see that in there without it being taken out, and then maybe have a different column. What was transferred over, or what is the anticipated money that's going to the general fund, to have that as a separate column, because we want to be able to see it's making profit. And the other, so the ask is, can we have a column saying, here are the the expenses, minusing out the indirect costs, which makes sense. And then seeing like how much the profit is and seeing, okay, this is what the anticipated amount that we want to transfer to general fund, or we transferred in general fund for the past expenses. The other question is like the expense of $351,000 facility use cost. This is our enterprise program, and I feel like we're charging ourselves rent. But in other words, it's just disguised as like, oh, we're giving $351,000 towards facilities. And facility funds are kind of like locked in. General funds are a little bit more flexible, like there's more things. So like, why are we, my question is, this is not like it is our private, like, our entity that generates funds. But like, if that's our profit of say like the rent every year of $350,000, I would feel more comfortable. Like this is the stuff that and we're generating funds and we can transfer that to their general funds. It's more restrictive in if we give it to facilities than if it is in general funds. And I see this is our own. It basically for me, I see that us charging ourselves rent. I mean, it's going to sit there. The whole thing about the program is how much money can we generate and where can we use that money to help offset our expenses as a whole district. And to me, if you don't include the contribution in general fund and you don't include the facility costs, this program is making money for our school district. If you don't, and then eventually that money is going to go somewhere. But I think going to the general fund will give us more options of what programs to fund versus going to the facilities. Because once it gets in facilities, my understanding is it has to be only spent on building stuff. But that's just.
Yeah, maybe we can clarify.
Yeah, let me clarify. Go back to your first ask. Yes, I think we could easily account for not another row, but I mean, not another column, but another row where we differentiate between that particular year, whatever transfer that goes out so that you know how much money went out so that you can separate the profit. Because really this more or less just matches how we ended the fiscal year. So we can certainly add one more row to differentiate that. So I think that was my first response. Regarding the tracking of the facility costs, since this is an enterprise program, the facility costs are truly direct costs. Maybe another example is that because this is an enterprise program and it's not a required mandated program for us to provide, we treat it like an outside program where we can charge direct costs. Maybe the counter understanding would be is that we have other internal programs, and I'll pick on Nicole here. For our child nutrition services program, they operate facilities. Because we are required to run that program, it makes no sense to charge a facility cost to Nicole to use those facility spaces because it's a program that we are required to run. Cooperdoodle is a mandated program, so that's why we are charging or assessing those facility costs because it would be a direct cost. So those are some of just the distinctions as to when we would charge a program a facility cost, whether or not this is a required program that we have to provide. Therefore, makes no sense to charge ourselves a direct cost to that program. But we do charge Nicole's program an indirect cost. So all programs, regardless of whether it's enterprise or not, does get charged in indirect cost rate. So really the only difference is whether or not there's a direct cost for facilities. So that is the distinction here because it's a program, one program we are required to have to provide. And in this case, this program is a voluntary program because it's by nature an enterprise program.
I think the other piece was the use of facility funds. So if we're generating these funds off a facility, we do have the flexibility of where we use those. We have put them into the facility funds, but in the most recent multi-years, we have shifted money out of our facility fund category to put back into the general fund. So we do have the ability to use that. The other way of approaching it, and in reference to Chris talking about mandated versus non-mandated, one of the questions that it would be posed is, if Cooperdoodle was not utilizing this space, what would be the likelihood that we would lease it out and be generating that same lease that we are charging them? So we're charging Cooperdoodle the same as we would if we were charging another outside entity coming in and utilizing that space. So kind of keeping that perspective in mind as well, if that helps. Further confuses.
Well, no, it's not confusing at all. It's just like perspective. I mean, if you think that we have to charge ourselves, then you're saying we're making less money. At the end of the day, we're still making a profit. It's just, I don't want people to lose perspective that this program is making us money, and saying that. And so I guess the question is, I wrote it down. Technically, is there a mandate that says that we have to charge ourselves the rent?
As I was explaining a few minutes ago, is that since this is not a mandated program of ours, we normally would not charge any rent for a mandated program. We don't do it for any other program. So I guess that's my answer to you. Is it is just a business practice that if it wasn't our program and it was an outside program, we would charge them a direct cost. It happens to be our program, but it's not a mandatory program. Right. Therefore, it makes sense to charge it as a direct cost to reflect its true viability, financial viability.
We could look at it from this perspective too, is that if we took out charging the facility rent there, the $350,000, that would show as a profit. That $350,000 would come back to us as the general funds. So there's our profit. If Cooperdoodle was not there and we leased that same piece of property out, we would generate $350,000. That would come back to us as profit into our general fund as well, or wherever we chose to place it. So it is semantically, we're talking about a facility that is leased to our Cooperdoodle or leased to someone else.
I don't think Chris answered my question directly, because I was just seeing if there's a law that mandates us to charge ourselves rent. And based on you not saying the answer to it, I'm assuming here that there's no mandate saying that we have to charge ourselves rent.
It's more like an accounting practice.
Okay, so it's a personal preference, or like a preference of the accounting practices. The bigger question for me is, I don't think the comparison with Nicole's program is a fair comparison, because her program, the funds are coming from federal funds. And it's within, the Cooperdoodle program is a separate program, because like we're getting funds directly from the public as a private entity. So I don't think it's a fair comparison in that sense. But it's still on what makes it unique than if we were to rent out the facilities to another a private entity and rent it out, for instance, Regnart property, is because this is ourselves. And I just view it, and it comes down to personal preference. I view it as a profit that this program is producing, that is ours. And I rather categorize it as profit and not charge ourselves rent. Like if I was to have my own business and I use my own space rather than renting out space, that's considered as savings. As you know, if you're running a business and you already have a piece of property and you can do business out of there rather than renting another piece of property to do business, I would consider that savings that would go towards profits. It's just I guess it comes down to preference and how we see it, but I see it as a profit. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
No,
Oh,
thank you.
All right,
Sorry.
thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you. And can you go to the next one, please? Next. Yeah. So in the status quo, if you leave it, just curious, like, I think in your previous slides show that it is 0, 0. What is that you're anticipating? Let's say no increase in enrollment, leave the facility as it is. What is going to happen? Is it like going to be under loss from an accounting perspective?
So this number is based on filling 4 classes. So if our enrollment dropped below filling the 4 classes, then we would be generating less revenue. This is also based on the assumption that salaries and health benefits do not continue to escalate. And this would also be based on maintaining the same cost for enrollment. So all different factors could happen. I don't know how much more we could increase the cost of enrollment, but that's always something we look at, staying in market value with other preschool opportunities. We'd want to, if we could, we would increase the tuition. Thank you. The tuition for it. But we also do have to be aware that staffing costs do continue to go up.
So what I'm okay. So you're saying that this can go under loss if we don't have, if the enrollment. Okay, I'm saying let's say 500 kids are there, just for our talk. Not there. 100 kids, 140 or something. What is the number of?
We have 88 students right now, I believe.
I thought over 100. Okay, so let's say this 88 continue the same way, and same number of classrooms, same number of everything, same. Still, it can go under loss.
So if we look at
if the cost of the employment is higher or whatever, the personal cost.
Staffing costs, salaries go up each year, step and column, healthcare costs go up each year. So we are already projecting that those are going to continue to go up. I mean, I think looking at the 25 to 26, the concern is, and whether there's, disagreement on how to factor in the lease amount, we're seeing a 0 at an ending fund balance. So there's
zero
topic coming
will
in.
it stay 0 or it will go to minus? That's my thing. Eventually.
Well, this is for 25, 26. Next year, let's just assume that there's a salary increase, there's health benefit increases, or other programmatic increases. If the tuition doesn't change, this will go negative.
Negative.
If expenses go up and revenues don't change or increase, this we would be in a deficit model if expenses exceeded that year's revenues.
Okay. And current limitations of expansion, is it the facility availability or the demand?
So we could expand on the current location to 5 classrooms. There would need to be some work, I believe, on the playground area. I'm not sure that the current playground area is able to accommodate to the 5 classes, which would be 120 students, I believe.
That's our capacity.
That's capacity currently.
So even in your third option, when you're saying that in case we need to expand or whatever, I can't see that's linear. So based on the TK thing, do we have enough room for expansion if needed?
So we do have the capacity. We currently have 6 classrooms that are designated as TK. So we could expand and have an additional 5th classroom. We have 4 this year. We would need to look at expanding the playground opportunities at the 5th if we had a 5th class.
Okay. And the facility cost will always remain same, or every year you add some percentage to that paper money, whatever you call.
Well, right now, what we're projecting in the budget is what we are currently charging this year. The assumption would be as we move forward, as our facility charge rate that we use for lease properties, those go up maybe at 3% a year. I would want to benchmark this to follow the same kind of increase on a year-to-year basis. But that, again, that's something for us to discuss each year.
Okay. And this is in Mayor Halls now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not deviating, but I think I just want to get a bit better perspective. In case you are increasing this is going to impact the Mayor Halls plans also when you're leasing it out?
So what we shared with Meyerholtz did have Cooper Doodle carved out. That was not part of the lease option for when we took out the RFP. that was excluded.
And five classrooms, we kept it.
It's actually 6 classrooms.
Six classrooms we kept
were
it.
excluded.
Okay, yeah, I think that's all my questions.
Thanks, Long.
Okay.
Yeah, from say this page, seems as only we have only 1 year the revenue is more than expense, which is at say 22 to 23, and then the revenue peaked on 23 to 24. So after that, the revenue started to dropping. So do we have any particular reason we see this revenue dropping?
Yeah, the implementation of TK into the school district led to a decline in enrollment. So we saw kids that would normally have gone into Cooper Doodle now eligible for TK. And so the enrollment, they moved out of TK, out of Cooper Doodle and into TK, which caused the decline in enrollment.
Okay, so that our Cooper Doodle is a 2-year program, right?
It starts at 2 years, 9 months. Mhm.
Okay, I mean, say it's is that a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, right?
Correct.
So that's only two grades,
Yes.
right? Okay, and one grade is competing with our TK.
Yes.
Okay, I see. So okay, so that's why we see say the revenue is dropping and
And Tina, maybe you can answer this question. If you look at 25, 26, the total revenue for this year was about 2.3 million, less than the prior year. But keep in mind, in 25, 26, we raised the tuition costs. I don't know how much the increase in tuition costs, but you can see where due to smaller participation, overall revenue, even though we raised tuition, was still about $200,000 less than the prior year. So there's two things going on why the revenue for 25, 26 is only down about 200,000, mainly because of less participation, even though we raised rates.
Okay. And now say each year we are, so our balancing is dropping, and so we are predicting this year will come back to zero again, right? So okay. And so yeah, while those years in we operating Cooper Doodle, we the gain for us is that it contributes 170K to general fund in 1 year, and we also charged some of the facility costs for for three years, right?
The facility cost just started in 25, 26. So this year will be the first year they're actually paying for the facility costs.
Okay. Oh, okay. And okay. Remind me why, say, the cost on 23 from 23, 24, it's suddenly pick up a $1 million jump.
Those are in alignment, I think, with the raises that we had those 2 consecutive years. I think most of that is.
And that was the payback of the indirect costs over the past 5 years. So there was a huge increase in expenditures in 23, 24 of 600,000 in order to pay back the indirect costs over the previous 5 years of startup. So you see the expense go up dramatically in 23, 24 to pay back the contribution.
Okay. And why, say, on 24, 25, the cost didn't go significantly down?
Because now those indirect costs were paid for. So, you already took care of paying for them leading up to that point. So now you're back. It's kind of like paying a debt that you owed. Once you've paid it, it's a one-time expense, then it goes back down. So now you're back into just your normal operating expenditures in 24, 25.
Okay. Okay. I had thought that's. Yeah, my assumption is that say my the coming down from 24 to 25 was because the revenue went down, and then our expense also went down, and but since our since we on 23, 24 we pay off the debt on the previous 5 years. So that's, we saw $1 million. So that's, so I'm not quite understand why, say 24, 25, the expense was keeping in the previous level, which we already paid for a 5-year debt.
So I think what we're seeing is a mixture of a couple of different increases in expenditures. So along with paying the previous indirect costs, you're also seeing significant increases in staffing costs. Both staffing salaries and health and welfare costs are going up significantly during those years. And so you're seeing a compounding there of those expenditures going up as well.
Okay. Okay, I see. So those are, okay. Understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. Sylvia.
How many FTE are we talking about in terms of?
Yeah, full-time equivalent. We're at about 88. There is some part-time and some full-time within that, but I believe the equivalent is about 88 FTE.
That's number of students.
Sorry.
Staffing.
Oh,
Staffing
sorry.
Cooper-Diddle.
We call the students FTEs too. Sorry. No wonder you're confused. You're like, what are you talking about?
I almost fell out of my chair.
I have that
Information. Oh.
How many staff?
I have Michelle, I have our notes from the other day about that. 3 lead teachers, 5 teachers, 5.375 IAs, and 1 secretary, in addition to Michelle's support.
And FTEs under the Cooper-Diddle are all considered classified. They're not certificated.
Thank you. So I have so many questions. Indirect costs. Can you give me, as a refresher, what is an example of an indirect cost?
Yeah, so any of the costs for services that the district provides to these programs, right? So for example, fiscal services, my department, we provide support to all of our programs, et cetera. So basically the costs for operating at the district office level, those costs are then divvied out among all of our programs to help cover those indirect costs of support that we're providing. So each program, Cooper-Diddle, Nutrition Services, every program that we offer picks up a portion of those costs.
So the $600K indirect cost that Cooper-Diddle paid back to us is reflected in the 22-23 year. Is that correct?
No, actually, it's reflected in the 23-24 expenditures. You'll see that $1 million jump in expenditures between 22-23 and 23-24. It was actually paid back in 23-24. That's where the expense actually shows.
So it is, I mean, it's kind of confusing because it looks like the expenses went up, but actually what this is reflecting is that they paid us back.
Correct.
So I don't know if there's a better, I appreciate Ava's suggestion of separating these things out because really what I'm understanding then is that the 2.9 that I'm seeing in terms of expenses actually them making the district more whole, right? Is that?
Or paying back prior years.
Yeah.
So then paying back the prior years that we were not able to assess any indirect costs. I mean, if the program had funding, we would have just as well assessed it from those prior years, but because there wasn't enough money, all it would have done was require the district to contribute to that year, to cover that year's indirect cost rate.
Right.
We weren't able to do that until 23-24.
And then if Cooper-Diddle was just like any other preschool that we lease out to, that rent money that we get from Cooper-Diddle or from any, other preschool is considered straight up revenue.
Lease revenue,
right? Mm-hmm. So, but I'm confused about where that's being reflected right now. Is that being reflected in the expense or is that being reflected in the revenue?
In Cooper Doodle, it's an expense. So it's a facility rental expense to Cooper Doodle. And then it gets moved into our building fund where it's revenue into our building fund. And then that's what Stacy was mentioning. We use the building fund to help cover our RMA, to help cover general fund costs. But in this particular budget for Cooper Doodle, it's seen as an expenditure because it's a facility use cost to rent. So it's an expense to this program.
Reflective in the 25-26 school year. Prior years, there is no lease. expense.
Okay.
Yeah, the rental of facility just started in 25-26.
But if we were looking at from an accounting point of view, I guess if we're looking at it as its own private third party, that expense would actually be revenue, right? Or am I not?
No, think of it, if we were to operate Cooper Doodle and we were to rent another facility, let's say we didn't have space here in our district, but we wanted to run Cooper Doodle. So we rented space from the church down the street. We would be paying rent. That's what that money is. We're paying rent. Yes, we're paying it to ourselves in this case, but it's an expense. It's how we rent our facility in order to run the program. So it is an expense to Cooper Doodle from that perspective. It's the facility cost, the facility use cost.
Maybe to clarify, just from the vantage point of Cooper Doodle, it's money going out. The money coming in to the district's revenue, general fund, all that shows up in our general fund. But if this was another party renting a facility, we wouldn't necessarily be looking at the money going out of their program. We would only be recognizing the money coming back to us in the form of revenue or rent.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think that's why I guess I'm a little confused why we're not including the rent that we receive as part of revenue.
Because it's not rent to this program. It's a rent expense to this program. It's not rent revenue to this program. The rent revenue is really to the district general fund or the district building fund. Thank you. The building.
So you are correct. The expense is showing here in Cooper Doodle, and then the revenue is showing in our building fund.
Okay.
I know it's the point of, as a district, I know I'm sensing where the struggle is. Why are we charging a program that we operate? Because it's on our facility. We could run Cooper Doodle. Our expenses would be for the staffing. We would generate the revenue. The potential for the district, because we have a program that is not required, that is not mandated, we have the opportunity to generate lease money off of that piece of property. So to balance it, to show that we're charging Cooper Doodle in lieu of going out and leasing that space to someone else. So I know it's a struggle to think, why are we charging for our own? But because it's not a mandated program, we're making a choice as a district to utilize that space to provide Cooper Doodle in lieu of leasing it out to another entity.
I think for me, I'm not really struggling with why are we charging Cooper Doodle, because if we, again, in my mind, if I see it as another just private preschool, then we're charging rent. But then to me, that rent is revenue. So I guess that's where I'm.
But this is showing revenue to Cooper Doodle, not revenue to the district. This is, when you look at the revenue line, that's revenue that Cooper Doodle is generating off of tuition. They aren't generating revenue off of the lease. CUSD is generating revenue off.
So when we're looking at this snapshot here, what we're looking at it as the owners of Cooper Doodle.
Correct.
Yes.
And taking off and thinking of the district as the landlord.
Yes.
And not wearing the landlord hat as we're looking at this. Okay, that helps reframe for me. Thank you. So then with that in mind, what is the difference in the rent that we're charging and the indirect costs? So I guess if I'm wearing both hats, then I'm thinking about the indirect costs, right? That we're providing as a district to Cooperdoodle, which is gonna just continue to go on, like, and that's, I guess, gonna be all of the overhead stuff that you'd mentioned, but then also the salary and benefits of the 14 FTE, right?
Correct. So if we look at 25, 26, there's three ways Cooperdoodle supports the district. One is the facility use costs of $350,000. One is the contribution that it makes directly to the general fund of $63,000. And another is covering its share of the indirect costs, which is about $100,000. So if you take the 351, the 63, and the 96, all those are relevant to their program. The full contribution that they're making to the district, their direct expenses, indirect expenses, contribution, rent, it's about $500,000 for the 25, 26 year. I think that's the number you guys are kind of looking for. Now, keep in mind, you know, if Cooperdoodle were to go away, then the $350,000 could be generated if we were to lease it out to somebody else. Their indirect costs would have to be spread to other programs, because if we weren't able to collect, you know, $100,000 from Cooperdoodle, then that would get spread out to other programs. And then the $63,000 is a direct contribution to the general fund. So when you're thinking about, is Cooperdoodle fiscally sound? If you look at 25, 26 currently, it's fiscally sound and it's contributing its indirect costs, a contribution to the general fund, and facility costs, all totaling $500,000. I think the concern right now that we continue to look at is enrollment, trying to make sure we can predict what's going to happen depending on what happens and how we implement TK could play a role in enrollment and what the trends are there. To Chris's point, Michelle does a full assessment every single year of preschool tuition in the area to make sure that we remain competitive, but not overpriced. So every year we have been doing fee increases to make sure that revenue that we are generating from the tuition covers the relevant expenses. So as long as your revenues continue to bring in additional money to cover your expenditures, and based on this plan that we have right here for 25, 26, the full contribution to the district is $500,000.
So then in that, I'm sorry, I'm asking too much. It's so if we stayed status quo, if assuming that enrollment is stable, then we are actually generating a $500K annually. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, and a combination of facility costs, contribution to the general fund, and the indirect costs all combined together, it's about $500,000. Yes.
But please keep in mind, $500,000 of funding going back to the district, to the district. It's a combination of indirect costs. As long as the program is there, there's indirect costs. If the program is there, the general fund doesn't generate any of that. The facility costs that we charge doesn't go away. Whether Cooperdoodle's there, we will lease it out to another revenue, to another party. So it really is the extra $63,000 is the only thing that the general fund is really benefiting beyond what we would be charging another tenant, or whether there is any indirect cost applied because it's a district program. So it's really only $63,000 that the general fund would be benefiting, with the exception of indirect costs and facility costs.
So what I'm hearing is that if we were to eliminate Cooperdoodle, it wouldn't be a cost save if everything stayed the same. It wouldn't be a cost savings. We would be losing $63K.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right,
I
thanks.
do just want to note time-wise that we
Was this supposed to end at 2 or 2:30?
originally, but we could go to 2:30 and still be on track.
Okay, I'll make mine quick, hopefully. First, these facility fees, how are they determined? I know we have a range of rates that we charge our various tenants. So is that on the low end? Is it on the high end? This 351 a year.
I think it's 375
Per square foot?
per
Okay,
square
so it's
foot.
at the 375 square foot rate. And then how's the contribution to the general fund determined? Is it just whatever's in the ending fund balance, we just say that's the contribution? Okay,
Currently, right now, yes.
all right. So much, but I'll stick to questions. The third one then is, I guess, in this year where there is TK, what is our value proposition to parents that they should come to Cooper Doodle, given that is it just a different time of day? Is it a different kind of, I wonder if you could talk a bit about, for instance, this year, the kind of students we have, are they dual enrolled, if that's possible? I'm trying to understand, like, because we're talking about the future of this, I'm trying to understand what's the value prop to the parents for Cooper Doodle at this point in time.
I think some of it comes down to parent choice, whether they're ready to put their child into the TK program or maintain them in the 2-year preschool. The other piece is that Cooper Doodle offers a full day. So we know that that's one of the benefits for our families that stay in Cooper Doodle. It is that after school program that they don't have to pick them up at 3. It goes till 5 or 6 o'clock, 6. So they have that extended day that's built into their Cooper Doodle. And I would say that's probably a big feature when parents are making that determination, whether they put them in TK or keep them in Cooper Doodle. But a lot of it is personal choice, where they want their child.
Okay, all right. So are you looking for input from the board then at this point? I think we just.
So we will be bringing this back. It'll continue to be on our stabilization plan. Again, it's not really a cost savings. It's just one of those that we've had those discussions as to we want to monitor. We did put that option 3 out there when we did the initial presentation on Cooper Doodle, dependent on TK. And so that could be kind of the conversation that evolves as we continue to talk about TK, whether we believe that that could attract some of our families back to Cooper Doodle and fill that 5th classroom.
Okay.
Because last spring, when we did bring back numbers, we generated, if we were able to fill 5 Cooper Doodle classes, it would generate more of a profit for us.
Okay. All right,
And
thanks.
leaving it.
Anything else from the board? Last questions or comments? Sorry, Ava, I saw your hand go up.
Yes.
Okay, please.
So going back, I was just hoping that if this is going to be part of our stabilization plan, I'd like to see how much profit Cooper Doodle is doing every single year, and then at least one line item of that. And if you want to include like the deductions of going transfers to the general fund or the indirect costs or the facility use costs, that would be very helpful. And then that way we get an idea of, how much is the total profits before we start going back. I appreciate board member Liu's question about the rate of square footage. Hearing that's 375 per square footage, is that the estimate of how much, is it based on what we can get in terms of renting it, not as a whole property, but in smaller segments of Meyerholtz?
The reference to the 375, I think, originated back when we brought Terra Realty in and we were looking at comparables. That was what we were always discussing as far as what we were wanting to get from leasing out the entire Meyerholtz facility. I think I shared with the board at the last meeting that the proposal that we have right now, that proposal is coming in not at 375, but at 365. So the tenant at that point in time could have offered us much more or much less, but for comparison purposes, if we do lease out Meyerholtz to the tenant that we're entertaining an offer from, it would be based on 365. But over time, that would be increasing. But over time, the Cooper Doodle rate would be increasing over time. It wouldn't be just set at the current 375, forever.
Would it, thank you for mentioning that. To clarify, so you're basing off of the Terra Realty last time when they came leasing out the entire facility. at 375 of that estimate. I understand one of the proposals of that bid coming in is 365 currently. Cooper Doodle only occupies like 6 classrooms and a certain part of the playground. So I wonder if that is a fair estimate to say charge us our own rent at the rate of a whole renting out an entire facility versus like a partial, because I've always heard that we get more per square footage we rent out the entire facility versus a part of the facility. So I'm just hoping that we would consider that in the calculation. And my second question is, or my third question is, if the indirect cost, I understand what indirect cost is. If there was no Cooper Doodle, I would assume the other programs in which we're running, a part of those we would still have to incur paying for those anyways, because we already have an HR department. We already have a business department. Granted, with the Cooper Doodle program, there may be some managers that, would have to manage that particular part, as like there may be some indirect costs that may be different, whether if you're comparing enterprise program with Cooper Doodle versus what's another enterprise program we have?
Any program, it's not enterprise.
Any program, right? So it is, in some ways, it sounds like it contributes a part of our general funds, because it is going back to our general funds. Right.
Well, correct. Any program, whether it's not charged to the general fund or is charged to the general fund, may be charged indirect costs that all go back to cover all those, the cost of doing business, like Tina shared some examples. So it doesn't make a difference what the funding source is. If it's a program, the program is going to pay its fair share towards the indirect costs and their costs of doing business. That's kind of how the indirect cost is set up.
So it seems to me that if we stop having a Cooper Doodle program, we would be losing more than $63,000. We would be losing a guaranteed of the expenses, the profits that we're making for the facility use and cost. That's kind of like, we know we're going to be there and we're in charge of that property and renting it out. And we are ensuring that our indirect costs as a whole district gets like whatever the indirect cost would be this time. And the example was like $170,000 in 24 to 25.
I think to your point, yes. I mean, the district's general fund would be without that additional $100,000 of indirect costs. We don't go back and ask all the other programs and make up the difference of 170, whatever, 100,000. Every program is charged the same percentage of how much they spend in a year. I don't know if we've gone into detail as far as how indirect costs is determined. It's a percentage rate of what they expend. So if they spend nothing, there is no indirect costs charged to them. But then also, I want to make sure I don't forget to answer your first question. In regards to your statement about should there be a different rental rate for a tenant that only uses a small portion of the campus versus using a whole campus. Maybe the better example would be is that when we went through the process of leasing out Luther and Sarah, as you may recall, we don't have one tenant that leases those entire sites. We have multiple tenants. Every one of them are actually paying the $375. So that's kind of been our baseline. So whether we have one tenant or in this case, 5 or 6 tenants at those sites, we're expecting, and we've asked them to pay the same rate, regardless of how much space that they're asking to use. And that's, again, the thought was for Marholtz, whether we have one tenant there or 5 tenants there, we would be hoping and expecting them to all be paying very much the same.
But isn't the rent also based on this is why we hire Terra Realty as experts in the field. because each of our properties have different features and they can be worth different amounts of square footage, like, you know, the price of everything, like when you're assessing a piece of property, any piece of property. So, I mean, I think it would be more accurate if we were to consider these things specific to our Meyer Holtz facility, since we're talking about that. Thanks.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one small question. So does this all 5 classes or 6 classes need to be next to each other?
Pardon me?
No, it has to be at one location, all this Cooper Doodle. I know that we confirmed it at some point of time.
Just for reference, remember, this is our year that last year we did have sites at Montclair and at
Yeah.
Meyer Holtz. We
So-
condensed and relocated them all to Meyer Holtz. Our
And any reason
enrollment was
behind
low at
that?
Montclair.
Any reason behind that?
Montclair's enrollment had dropped significantly.
Okay, so because we are talking a lot on the facility perspective, a lot of schools will have 1 or 2 classrooms empty now, which we cannot lease it out to a third party anyway. Right, like just I'm talking, let's say Lincoln, for example, one of the classrooms is empty. We cannot give to a third party anyway. So would we be able to distribute this Cooper Doodle into an empty classrooms around so that we can save this money, this one 350 or whatever it is? I know it could be a next step or things like that, but just to I think we are getting into this facility usage part of it a lot.
Yeah.
So
Facility requirements for Cooper Doodle have very specific. They're very different than what even for TK. So that's where Michelle does an amazing job of going out and seeing, you know, bathrooms are different, playground requirements, all of those are different for Cooper Doodle. So if we were getting to start spreading it out across different campuses, we would be looking at most likely some improvements that would have to be done to that site to host a Cooper Doodle.
yeah, I'm trying to see that if we can get Mayor Hall separately completely, then if you are making the best out of it, like, you know, getting the revenue like Ragnat, what we have, then if you move this 5 classrooms into different places or one other place, like, you know, let's say just for a Montclair or whatever, right? So, or 2 other facilities. If you go back, because you're not renting that or leasing those places to anywhere anyway. You're not getting any money there. Yeah, if you lease it, we would have got it, but we are not leasing it, and it's hard for us to lease it. Let's say so. Such places, if you can move this into, and already there is a TK, and TK is very close to you know, the facility perspective. With some modification, may be able to use it so that we can save this 350K issue one way, and probably it is truly in profit for us, right? Truly from that point. And we are unused facilities in other, just a single line, if you say unused facilities in other locations where we have a potentially to move this, probably can save some of this money. And Meyer Halls by itself can lease it in a bigger way. Okay. So that would help us to protect both, you know, Cooper Doodle as well, protect from our large financial perspective as well.
We could explore.
Well, thanks. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I also have a quick comment and say since we are going to see this one again, and so I'm wondering, say next time can we do a say side to side comparison about say right now we have a the Cooper Doodle is run by us by the district, and say if we comparing to say Cooper Doodle as a third party preschool, and so what it look like to the district.
We can do that.
So yeah.
So we will continue. We'll bring this back on for the November 13th for a continued discussion and provide some additional information. All right, now we get to take a breath. That ends our fiscal stabilization discussion for the board advance, and we'll shift into our board advance where we do bring board policies forward. And again, we keep on the rotation now that we have adopted Gamut. We do get quarterly updates from CSBA. If you remember at the last advance, I believe we had 32 plus board policies. This quarter, CSBA only presented 8, so you'll see a much smaller number. And I'm going to turn it over to Erin.
Thank you. All right, we'll just go ahead and dive in.
As you are familiar with this slide, CSBA are the California School Boards Association. Their policies are developed by legal and education experts who ensure they comply with current and state federal laws, educational standards, and best practices. They do have a vetting process that they go through. And this again is a repeat slide from last time where they have legislative and legal review, policy analysis and drafting, internal and legal review, and then finally approval and publication to districts such as ours. As Superintendent Yao mentioned, we have 8 board policy updates from the CSBA September 2025 policy update packet. These will be presented by topic, similar to last time. As a reminder, our board policies have a policy numbering system. These are the categories of the numbering system. And then here is our update list. So there are 2 policies under the 3000s, which is business and non-instructional operations. There are 5 under 5000s, which is students, and there is 1 under the 9000s, which is bylaws. So our first topic we have is attendance, and the foundational considerations and principles for these 2 board policy updates are that school attendance is tied to learning, student success, and funding. When there are too many absences, it threatens a student's foundation for learning. Absences reduce access to learning opportunities, and also attendance is a key indicator correlated with high school graduation.
Erin, could we pause? We're actually 1 slide in advance.
Oh, apologize. Thank you. So the first board policy we have is 5113, absences and excuses. This policy was updated in conjunction with the accompanying AR with some minor revisions. The AR was updated per AB 1884 to excuse student absences for time with any deployed immediate family member, regardless of deployment. The previous requirement was that that deployment was in a active combat zone. The second policy under attendance is 5113.12, which is District School Attendance Review Board, also known as SARB. And this reflects AB 1939, which requires annual attendance review boards consultation with diverse students for attendance and behavior insights. And then it also clarifies that SARB must adhere to board bylaws, state law, and County Office of Education SARB rules as applicable. And I'll pause here for any questions under the topic of attendance.
Great, thank you. Ava, you go first.
I don't have any comments for this one.
Okay, thank you.
So far.
Satish?
I don't have it.
Okay, Law?
No.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia? Okay, all right, I'll add something, Aaron. I'm sure you prepared all sorts of good stuff. On the 5113, the SARB, it talks about the board appointing members. So I'm just wondering, in practicality, how would that work? Would the staff bring a slate to us, or how will we see this operate in? Yeah.
We can do that. I don't think we have been doing that as a practice, but we do have a SARB committee in place. It includes district staff as well as some community members. So we'd be happy to bring that forward for approval.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Please continue, Aaron. I think we're good here.
All right, our next topic is back to school safety, and the foundational considerations and principles for these 4 board policy updates are the safety of students and staff is truly foundational focus for school boards. Students and staff need a safe and secure campus free from physical and psychological harm. A safe school environment is fundamental to student learning and well-being. Consistent monitoring ensures alignment, cohesive and compliance with safety regulated laws and practices. And then, of course, safety related policies impact everyone, and implementation requires effective communication and training. So the first policy is 3515, which is campus security. This is updated to reflect the Department Homeland Security's behavioral threat assessment and management in the practice guide. BP 5141, which is healthcare and emergencies, clarifies that AEDs are authorized to be used at school sites. And then it also clarifies trauma kits are required relating to annual notification of their location, and then that there is training required in the use of those kits. BP 5141.4, child abuse prevention and reporting, was updated with the accompanying AR with minor revisions. The AR was updated to 1, clarify general neglect excludes economic disadvantage and religious treatment, and 2, reflect AB 1913 that requires annual staff training on child abuse prevention. Finally, BP 5142, safety, was updated to move a section regarding student identification cards and safety information into the accompanying AR. And I'll pause here to take questions or comments.
Thank you. Ava?
Hi, Lindsay. Thank you for doing that. For the trauma kits, I assume they're kind of like most medical things up at we plan on having at the main office.
So yeah, trauma kits include their kind of an amped up version of a first aid kit. So they would have the tourniquets, some additional types of gauze or measures to be used if there were significant bleeding, things of that nature. We would need to determine where those trauma kits are located. I know that for emergency purposes, a lot of them schools do have trauma kits that are located in the emergency shed, should they need to be accessed in case of some type of emergency.
Okay. My next one goes to board policy 5141.4 regarding child abuse prevention and reporting. We have where it says authorized district provide age appropriate instruction. And this is, I'm reading off of the PDF page 17 and the printed page 92. In the top box where it talks about the added language that provide age appropriate instruction in sexual abuse and sexual assault awareness and prevention grades kindergarten to 12, provided that the students are allowed to excuse such instruction upon written request from their parents. I could see, I don't know where that would fall in the instruction in classroom. And then it talks about required to consider incorporating into health curriculum framework on the content on sex extortion, which means a threat to use sexual or intimate images or videos obtained and compel another person to produce sexual and intimate images or videos, engage in sexual acts, or provide anything of value. I was just wondering what that would look like. And then I'm assuming we have more language coming from additional ed codes because of our ever presence of the internet and all things that could go wrong, and just making sure that we try to keep our kids safe.
These topics are covered in a comprehensive sexual health education in middle school.
So I understand if we're doing that underneath that, there'll be 5th and 7th grade.
5th grade is just puberty, so this is the 7th grade.
So it'll be in the 7th grade curriculum.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Satish.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. Long.
Well, yeah. What will be the, say, financial impact for those policies to us? Like, say, the AED and the trauma kits, and say, do we already have those?
Yes, every school site is equipped with an AED, and I believe each school already has a trauma kit as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sylvia.
So for the behavioral threat assessment and management practice and guide. I'm trying to understand where it gets used and who's getting trained in that.
Can you, I don't
Yeah,
think I
sorry,
got
not
the first
following.
the question.
So the BTAM that is referenced, right? Reflecting the DHS Behavioral Threat Assessment and Management in Practice Guide. So when I'm looking at the policy itself, I'm trying to understand, is the update to say that we weren't required to use this before, and now we are required to use the Department of Homeland Security BAM,
yeah.
and then if so, who is trained?
Sure. That reference is actually in the CSBA note. The CSBA note in regard to the behavioral threat assessment in practice was referenced in the CSBA note. And so that's a key resource for campus security.
So the CSBA note is not incorporated into the board policy when you adopt the board policy. The box where you're seeing
Okay.
reference, that's just a note for CSBA making a back reference where they have made this a modified or new language.
I see. Okay. So, but the policy itself is updated to reflect the inclusion of that guide.
No, it's in the CSBA note. It's referencing it. And a portion of that best practices guide is to have a multidisciplinary team in order to identify, inquire, and assess potentially threatening student behavior. So practices that we already have in place in terms of MTSS, utilizing our school resource officer, our PBIS system, is all layers of that multidisciplinary approach. So the policy itself is talking about having that multidisciplinary team, and they're calling that out in the update of the policy because of the Homeland Security guide, which is in their note, which was not there before in the CSBA note.
Okay. So essentially, the update that we're making, we're updating the policy, but in practice, we've already been doing it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. So the main update specific to that, the sentence is the superintendent or designee may form a multidisciplinary team in order to identify, inquire, assess, and manage potentially threatening student behavior. So these are practices we do have in place.
We are. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then with the AED and trauma kits, these are only used in emergencies, right? Like, so for example, with a first aid kit, like I know we don't have Neosporin in our nurse's office, right? Like that's something that requires a doctor's note or something like that. But a trauma kit might have something like that that's only to be used in those like
For
school-wide emergencies,
if
or
there was a trauma-related injury. Mm-hmm.
a trauma-related injury. Okay.
So, a tourniquet perhaps would need to be used if a student fell and needed to brace their arm. I don't know off the top of my head if the trauma kit includes Neosporin.
Sure. Okay.
Just because I went through the training not too long ago, the trauma kits are what they say trauma. They have things in there for sucking chest wounds if there were something like that. So they're all part of the trauma kit, which is a very on steroids version of a first aid kit.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the visual. And then with the child abuse prevention and reporting, I know there was just a bill that was passed that might have that the mandated reporting possibly include parent volunteers as well. But is that reflected in this update, or would that be a future update?
I believe that would be future because that goes into effect July 1 of 2026.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I don't have anything, so. go on to the next section.
Okay, and then our last topic is other updates. So we have Board Policy 3515.4, which is recovery for property loss or damage. This policy was updated to reflect current parent guardian liability limits for damages by their minor children. And also that debt will not be collected for damages caused by any homeless or foster youth student. And then we have Board Bylaw 9005, which is governance standards. And this update includes that the board shall focus on strategic oversight and maintain a governance and fiduciary role versus a day-to-day operations, which is the responsibility of management. And this was updated with CSBA's professional governance standards covering board expectations and responsibilities for the board and individual members.
Okay, all right. Let's go through the questions. Ava, please go ahead.
Property and loss. I don't have any questions for the recovery for property loss or damage. Just to clarify for bylaws 9005, the first draft versus the draft that we're seeing now, is that the purple that was there is now black?
That is correct. So when it was originally downloaded, there appeared, Trustee Chow pointed out, it appeared purple in its legend. And so did some further research, and it was supposed to be black. We're not sure why it was converted to purple when it was downloaded from CSBA, but it is black and it is existing language.
Okay. And that mission 2. And the red is the suggested language from CSBA.
Yes.
Okay.
The updates.
And then that'd be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Satish.
Yeah, in that read the same thing, page 22. Is it like something newly got, I know red is newly got added, but I know somehow this is more like a superintendent's role rather than the board. Some places, like the first one itself, for example, the community, parents, guardians, students. So the board directly wouldn't be involving such things, right? So I don't know what's the scope of it, how far it is, because if you really see it's everything is board's responsibility, but it's more like in that level of it, I think it has gone in. I feel this language, how it is exactly suiting for the board's responsibility. Because so much has got added.
I'm sorry, which policy?
No, the 22, the page 22, 9005, governance part of it, the fulfill role the board responsible for 6, 8, 9, right? So if you see it, some of things are, I think they clubbed many things, and it's become more a district's responsibility overall. It's on a board's responsibility, kind of, like, I think not very clear kind of things. So how much of staff, student, community, the first one, for example, involving the community, parents, guardians, students, and staff in regularly developing or updating common vision. So these kind of things will come through the staff or to the superintendent or the ECs, things like that, right? So I felt that little bit, that second, third, and those things are directly, it makes sense, but some of this language, any reason behind that? Because this all newly got added.
Sure. So a lot of it is the work with CSBA and just, the continuing work with school boards. There's been a lot of new school board members over the course of the years. And I think CSBA continues to look at trying to help board members understand their role and to clarify. This policy had not been adjusted. I believe it had been quite a while before it had been in. So I think it's just a clearer definition. To your point, I think as everything, the board, you set the policies, but the operationals, yes, you do direct, and that is the responsibility of myself and down to my staff. So I think this is more as a higher level of the responsibility of the board. Fiscal responsibility, ensuring the safety, doesn't mean you're doing it. It means you're ensuring that you're directing me to do it.
Yeah, it makes sense for that individual board member's responsibility. It looks good. But that red items, overall, if you take it, it's a little bit of fraud, and how far you'll be doing the justification towards that. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Just a comment.
Thank you. Long.
Okay, yeah, I have a question about the property loss or damage. Say, yeah, for the damage, yeah, we're not collecting data from damage caused by homeless and foster students. Say, but are they subject to say discipline correction and say some discipline stuff?
In terms of property
the
damage?
damage.
Yeah, so the school sites would go through the same type of behavior expectations and behavior implementations that that they would with any student on campus.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
For the board governance, for bylaws, like so for our board policies, there's an accompanying AR. So for bylaws, would our board protocol be kind of the accompanying document?
They would be.
Okay.
And I think that's where we probably have focused each year on always reviewing our board policies and procedures, because we don't necessarily review the board policy every year until the updates come. So, if you think about the board policy as a high level, our board procedures and protocols are really our operation that you guys instill every day.
Okay. So I guess my only comment on this one would be if as we're updating the bylaw to reflect them, maybe we need to, I know we do the protocols annually, but maybe we need to bring the protocols back just to make sure it's in alignment with the updated.
We'll do that in January at our board advance will be the next review.
Great, thank you.
all right, I really just a quick question on the 9005 here, because a lot of this just repeats Satish's point seems to be things we're already doing. I thought things like hiring and supporting the superintendent should have been written down somewhere already, but okay, maybe now they're finally getting around to writing it down. Do you see any sort of, I guess, procedural or things we should be doing differently as a board as a result of the codifying of these page of red lines? Or is this really more of a affirmation of what we're already doing?
I think it's an affirmation. This board policy, I don't believe, had been updated by CSBA since the early 2000s.
Oh.
So it really is a reflection of work that I believe is happening.
Okay, nothing different for us. Thank you. Okay, I think we're good here, Erin.
Okay, so that concludes the update section.
Great.
That actually concludes our board advance.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. With that then, let's see, we have pulled the closed session, which means public comments. Guess I could always ask, but there are no public comments on that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting here then at 2:51. Thanks, everyone.